Faster than lightning. It's tuna. Wait, can you even hear me? Oh, you can. Wait, no. Huh? Oh, you can. Okay, sorry. I'm silly. Hello. Hello, tuna. Hello, Yui. Hello. Hello, Tebow. Oh, hi. Am tired. Am also. Stayed up too late. Was watching Toots stream till like midnight. Cause it keeps streaming late, you know? I'll wake you both up. I'm like awake enough. I'm tired, but I'm not like low energy, if that makes sense. I don't know. I'm kind of excited to talk about some of the stuff on stream. It's evening for me at the moment. Indeed to do be. Nova, howdy. Hello. Where? What do, you know? I love how happy your wave emote is. It's just so happy, you know? Ads are over. Give me half a second to pull up what I need to pull up here. I guess I'll open this. I'll open patch notes. Yeah, it's today. Unless did I post it wrong on, I feel like well, okay, hold on. It's technically tomorrow for tuna. Yeah, I was gonna say it's past midnight. Hold on. Hello. I believe Beats is on at 8:30, but the stream will start at 7 p.m. EST. Yeah, for them, they're my friends here are they are in Europe somewhere. I don't pry for the exact location, but no doxing allowed. But it is late for them. European scoundrels, indeed. I also love the bird emote. I use it all the time. The burb. Well, this burb too. They're good. They're good emotes. It's my fave. It's a good one. Why am I looking over there when I can look over here? Okay. 2 p.m. or 2:30 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah. Womp womp. Okay, well, hello everyone. Welcome on in. It's good to see you here. Good to see all y'all here. I don't know, yeah, I was excited to stream today. I think I do want to talk like game mechanic stuff because I think it'll be interesting. And we haven't done that in a while. And then we work on more art, I think is the goal. Let's talk about that real quick. I think we need to in not this particular order exactly, but what did I write down? Abilities. So abilities for new cards. We need one for C and Musketeer. how do you even spell musketeer? Musketeer. Musket. Yeah. Anyway, words. Copy paste. We need to fix all the low power stuff from tier list. Hello, Grot. There's no such thing as a supportive womp womp. Did I say womp womp? I probably did. Why are there a bunch of dancing bird emotes in chats? Why aren't there a bunch of dancing bird emotes in chat? Hello, Grot. Because birds are good, indeed. My favorite character. Yeah, the Modern Family is a great show. Well, birds. I don't see birds. There's birds everywhere. Burb. Play Phil and Michael for me. Yeah, it's a great show. Characters are so good in it. I can't remember exactly what cards those are, but we'll have to go through that. We have our unit problem, which we need to fix probably, and then Mad Scientist. Technically beach as well, but I highly doubt we're gonna get to beach before if we're doing all this stuff. Did I read that wrong? Mitchell, not Michael. Yeah, I can't read. New people. Hello. Yeah, Nova's the one I'm going to be the stream I'm going to be on later tonight, which again is early morning for y'all, but yeah, she's been here a few times so far, at the very least. Oh wait, I missed something. Please hear me out. The idea for Musketeer: when it's attacked, it gains a unit and the target of the attack is a different hero of choice. Maybe. It sounds pretty powerful though. So that'll be at 3 a.m. for me, so I won't participate, but oh well. Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna be late for y'all. Early morning. I mean, it is very early morning. It's not wrong. I mean, technically it's night, but like, isn't it weird that, I mean, it's technically, so okay, the thing I find weird with time is the day, entire day resets at midnight, but it's technically a new day, but I guess it's still not morning. I don't know. I find it weird. You just stream to more Europeans, I think. They're we do love our Europeans. It's honestly just the times I stream. I stream in like the morning and mid-afternoon, so it's like, I'm back. Welcome back. Gra, I do like the idea for the ability, although I'd have to think about that. Because it's kind of like a god's ability, and then also a and a cleric put together, which is kind of maybe a lot, but we'll see. Well, I'll think about it. If only it wasn't working. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, yeah, I fortunately don't have to work yet, but that time is probably fast approaching that I can do this. How much longer I can do this? Yeah, am I crazy, or is like 70% of the community European? No, I think it's probably more like 50%, but yeah, it's probably more like 50%, but I would say y'all are more active usually, to be fair. Yeah, it goes like night, morning, noon, afternoon, evening, night, I guess. It do. Night is 0 to 6. I guess if you count evening as part of it, but is evening not part of the night? I don't know. Anyway, it's all confusing. I just don't care. I'm African Arab. Okay, there you go. Yeah, but the thing is, it only applies to that card. Potentially. We'll talk about it when we get to that. Which I guess might be one of the first things we do. But yeah, once we get there, we'll do it. Sure, I guess. Yeah. It's just like, I wouldn't even say it's on. When is night? Around 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I just find it interesting that the day changes before the night is over. I know that sounds stupid to say, but I don't know. Yeah, the more I talk about it, the more dumb it sounds, but I think you get what I'm saying. Because it's a new day, but it's still not day yet, you know? Anyway. We could fairly understand each other. And yeah, I don't know any other language other than English, unfortunately. I speak Arabic. There you go. Time bird. I'm so far behind. Learning Maltese, interesting. Is this me, or is PM AM system confusing as hell? It's much easier to use 16 instead of 4 PM. And so yeah, I agree. I wish it wasn't how we did it. But we do here, and it's just how it is. Well, Tiba, wouldn't you not have to do math in your head if no one else used AM PM? You're not wrong, yeah. Now, everything past 2 a.m. is morning for me. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, right? Like if you had to wake up after you go to bed and you have to wake up at 1 in the morning, which is called it's called 1 in the morning, not called, I don't know, but that's probably a AM PM thing, right? You're like, oh, I wake up at 1 in the morning instead of 1 in the evening. Like you don't say wake up at 1 at night. Am I wrong? I'm not actually waking up 1 at 1 in the morning, but anyway. Like if I had to wake up for a flight at, 4 in the morning, I still think that's technically morning. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? Now I'm making more sense again. I'm feeling less dumb about it. For times, 19 a.m., which means 12 minus up. Yeah, but you don't have, like, Tebow, you may have already said this, but I feel like you wouldn't have to do the math if it weren't for the fact that some people don't use that. You're too productive. I don't know if being up at 2 a.m. is productive. Can't relate. No, we don't say it's 17 here. We say, or it's 17 hours here. We say it's 17 o'clock. Yeah. Just speaking my native language in English, and I'm trying to learn Japanese, but didn't do that in a while. We say like AM PM version, but don't use AM PM. Weird. When are y'all going to bed? Too late, apparently. Whenever your stream ends, it's time around. Yeah. Well, I won't say no to that. There you go. Or this time around. Okay, I got it. I was reading that wrong, but now I get it. I would get so stressed. Going runs at 2 a.m. My parents thought I was crazy. I would love waking up early. Feels like everyone's gone peaceful. Sit while you write or read. It's relaxing. Yeah. Maximus always felt that way too. He was like, I just like how there's nothing going on. It's fair. No, we don't say it's 17 o'clock. When the clock is at 20, we just say 8 o'clock. Ah, okay. Well, then that sounds like, you know, I think people should just use the 24-hour clock and then just say what time it is. It's 17 o'clock instead of saying it's 8. Yeah, it is dumb, right? So I see why you say AM PM's better, but at the same time, why AM PM when you can just say it's 20 o'clock, which is, you know, doesn't sound quite right, but yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you agreeing with me, and I agree with that fact that you agree. Weird thing with AM PM is the day is split because, for example, 11 in the morning is AM, even though it's already day. Which is why I guess I'm confused about 1 in the morning technically being night. Does that make sense? I agree to you agreeing with me with your agreement, indeed. Oh, it's just easier to do math in my head. Yeah, it would be easier for me to do math in my head if it was a multiple of 10, not 12. Dyslexia, don't like that. Like it should be, we should switch to metric time. 10 hours in a day, 100 minutes in an hour. 100 seconds in a minute, and then just change the duration of a minute, or sorry, a second. No, it's not heresy. That's perfect logic, and I'll fight you to the death on that. I've had issues with clocks since first school. The old first school. I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming it's preschool or first grade. Also, handwriting never improved. Me neither. I used to pull all-nighters or woke up at 4 a.m. so I can relate, but ever since I started living alone, sleep schedule became healthy. Nice. And prepare for battle because that's so weird. How is it weird? It makes perfect sense. Metric should just be the way everything is done. Stream. Indeed. What's up, trash trader? You trading any trash today? We say basic school, so I don't know how it translates that. Yeah, I don't know. The metrics make sense. All I did was trade trash. Hell yeah. Its metric is for distance, not time. Metric for time is not okay. Metric isn't just for distance. Metric is for a lot of other things. Weight, distance, metric time. How does that work? Yeah, it's 10-hour day, 100 minutes in an hour, 100 seconds in a minute. And that changes the duration of a minute. Or sorry, a second. I said that twice. That's the second time I did that. I mean, ideally it'd be 100 hours in a day, but that gets weird. I like that there's a variety of measurements. People in a field where the measurements are relevant, you know, both anyways. How Mississippi survived, not explaining that. Well, I forgot y'all have pounds and ounces and all that. Yeah, those suck. Pounds and ounces are dumb. Why is there 16 ounces in a pound? Can we talk about that? And feet, yuck. Yeah. 3 feet to a yard. Who knows how many feet to a mile? 100 or 5,000 or something? How much even is an ounce? No one knows. What is a yard? It's 3 feet, which a foot is 12 inches. A yard is basically a meter. It's pretty close to a meter. And for me, it's just 10. Yeah, it's 10 or 10. Like, why? I hate it. It's so dumb. It hurts me. It hurts me on every level. This is why metric time and metric everything makes sense. Base 10 everything. Thank you. Goodbye. Here's the thing. Feet are not the same length. Different people have different size feet. Like, huh? Well, it's based off of like the king's foot or something, right? And you can measure it because it's the unit of measure. I mean, a foot is 12 inches. Same with weights and liquids. I don't know the term. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And we also have fluid ounces, which are not a measurement of weight. It's just a measurement, or it's a measurement of, sorry, it's a measurement, yeah, of volume and not weight. Our system's dumb. I don't know why this is the rant we're getting on. We probably should be working. We're 30 minutes in the stream. We're arguing about. That's what this is what I'm trying to tell you. Everything should be metric. And time is no exception. By the way, we got so off track every single time we brainstorm. We're supposed to be talking about card effects, but here we are discussing time and measurements. True. That's kind of how I was feeling about it, but it's we're having fun. So yeah, so I don't know. The problem with so here's beats there. I disagree. I'm way too used to 60s. They'll fray everything over. Okay, but in an ideal world where you start learning it from scratch and you don't have to relearn everything, what's better? If you were born into a world, I think here I missed the context window. He's saying seconds are in 60-second intervals, right? Because then a second would take way longer. Not that much. I believe the math on that's not that different. We could do the math, but all right. I don't want to do the math, so we're gonna have ChatGPT do it. I know. Sacrilege. If time were on a 10-hour day and 100-hour minutes, how long would a second be? So the total length of the day stays the same, 24 Earth hours. No, a minute would be 100 seconds. Yeah, a new second would only be 0.86 seconds. So it's only... Yeah, that's not that bad. That's not that much shorter. I mean, the grand scheme of things, it kind of is. Like, but it's only 0.8 seconds long. A metric second is 0.8 normal seconds. That's not that bad. Is that right? Are we 100 seconds to a minute, 100 minutes to an hour, 10 hours to a day? So we count faster, but also longer, but not really. I mean, you count faster, so a second would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, you'd actually say it like at a faster cadence. You would be like 1 Mississippi. It'd be like 1, 2. You know, you'd actually not have to. You guys probably don't use the Mississippi trick. You guys are not from 1,000, 2, 1,000, whatever. I don't know what trick you use to count at the right cadence, but you'd probably actually be better because there wouldn't be a delay. I don't want to count 100 for every minute. Y'all are just being stubborn. Metric time is better. A second is only 13% shorter. Anyway. And this is why we'll never advance in society, because people are stubborn. We don't use any tricks, kind of just know how much it is. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I've never heard of metric time. It's not a common thing, but the biggest problem is eventually you get to a point where time becomes... Like, if you're far enough in the future, time becomes a thing that's relative to a planet. So it doesn't, metric time doesn't really matter anyway. So here we are. I think because metric time isn't a normal concept. But in an ideal world, I think using all metric everything makes sense. Not if you don't have to include the relearning everything. What the heck is a kilometer? 1,000 meters. Right? Am I wrong? Now ask yourself, what's a mile? That's worse. Also, Fahrenheit is stupid. Yeah. I was making an American joke, but no F word. Yeah. Anyway, let's work. Let's do some actual productive stuff instead of arguing about metric. I don't know. How do we even get here? All right, moving on. All All right, what do we do first? Seer, Musketeer. These are probably the things we should do first because they don't have any abilities, and then we can maybe work on fixing stuff. And then we'll probably pivot when DDP shows up, maybe. All right, C. Sure. We'll do C, and honestly, we're pretty close, I think, to having an ability for it anyway. Uncover deeper insights with Gemini. Anyway. Oh, I also have to fix the mod in Tabletop Simulator because everything is now broken because the new what's it called? The new Unreal Engine update broke everything. It does seem a lot faster and smoother, which is cool, but it does everything is broken. So here's someone say it's gonna be under or gonna be more than 50 degrees. I'm gonna be scared. Have no clue how hot 50 Fahrenheit is. It's actually about 50 Fahrenheit right now. Tells you to be hot. It's like it's somewhat cold, but not really. It depends on honestly what you're used to, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if 50 degrees Fahrenheit is around 8 degrees Celsius, but how hot? Let's do 50 to see. 10 degrees. Yeah, it's about exactly how hot it is right now. 50 Fahrenheit is approximately 8 degrees Celsius. It's 10 really, but I was going to say we're currently sitting in around the same temperature. Now, what about Kelvin? 8 degrees Kelvin would be very, very cold. No, you're thinking Kelvin. 0 is the lowest temperature. 0 Kelvin is the lowest temperature possible. Absolute 0, aka. I think I used it in school. Kelvin's like for measuring temperature of stars and stuff. I thought it was 0 C. 0 Celsius is water freeze and boiling is 100. Yeah, it's based off of the temperature of water, which like is the closest to like metric we have, but at the same time, like it's very relative compared to like other calculations. Okay, C. A sailor went to C to see what he could see. But all that he could see was the bottom of the deep blue CCC. Is that how it goes? I don't know. So it's 0 Celsius starts snowing. Yeah, it's definitely more useful. Yeah, Celsius is much better than Fahrenheit. Freezing for Fahrenheit is 32. All right, C, gain a unit when a card is returned to hand, or gain units based on the number of cards. The number of cards in your hand next turn. I do like that idea. I remember Tuna giving that idea. But the problem with gaining units based on the number of cards in your hand is it could get like stupid with something like God of Magic. do you feel about 1 unit per 3 cards? That's maybe better. Okay, the base number of cards you should have in your hand is 5. Honestly, I think it would be... I like the idea of it being... for every card in your hand at the end of the turn kind of sucks though. How you put a cap on it solves everything. I'll tell you why I don't like caps. I've been thinking about this. Actions can be formed 5 times or something like that. Dang. Okay, here's my problem with capping stuff and with essentially like cooldowns, right? Because we can basically like, if we're talking about, because I think you guys might be also referencing the issue we were having with, because it's the same sort of thing, right? This issue, right? The problem with capping, YouTube short idea. You know what? In fact, we'll try this. We'll start recording while I rant. Here's my problem. Let's talk about this example though before we go to C, because I think this is maybe a better example. I had a problem in my game jam where you could reach a total of 10 actions in a single turn in a specific combination. Normally you get 2 to 3. I just put a cap on it and problem solved. I think hi YouTube. Yeah, there you go. I agree with no caps because it allows you to build up strong synergies through creativity. Yeah, I think I don't want to be mean. But I'm gonna say it. I think capping is sort of lazy game design. And I usually find it is unfun. It kind of yes, it kind of extinguishes creativity. But this graveyard is trying to putting a price on drawing 5 units might solve everything. Okay, so here's let me pull up tabletop sim, because I think this is going to be I don't know why I just didn't check that to always do whatever. Give me a second and we'll continue my rant. Why is it taking 4 years to launch though? Is it? Oh, there we go. It's much faster though. Look how much faster the everyone might want to make sure that their game didn't break as well. With the new tabletop sim update. Like look how much will break. Oh wait, is it not breaking? Oh, they fixed it. Never mind. Crisis averted. They fixed everything. Okay. Oh god. Okay, we have graveyard. We have 2 valleys, and no, Mage's Tower is in here. Okay. I don't know if I actually needed to go into here to talk about this. So the problem we're having is that you can have these 3 lands, which granted does take you a turn. Tebow did mention that it'd be hard to get all these cards and then also, you know, be able to play them. And the luck of it's kind of hard to get. But essentially what happens is you can discard a card from your hand. That card gives you 3 units on Mage's Tower. You can then use your graveyard, which you'd have to have 1 unit at least, but you then pull 4 units, 1, 2, 3, 4, off to bring the card back. Once it's back in your hand, each of these gains 1, and then you can throw it out, gain 3 units, and then you dispose of this 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I did that slightly wrong, and eventually you just end up gaining a bunch of singular units on a thing by repeating this process infinitely, and there is no cap on it, right? So that was kind of what we were what we're talking about, is that there is you can technically do this process infinitely because graveyard can pull the units off of any cards. These will gain units, and you gain basically 5 units total that will replace everything that this would take, right? So there's a few possible solutions. I actually think caps can be good in video games, but in board games it's tedious, because in video games handles everything for you, but in a board game you're the one who has to keep track of everything. I'll talk about that as well, because I think I disagree. Obviously I've never made a game before, like a video game before, at least not a real one, but we'll get to that. We will redistribute those units within a single turn. If you're doing it during your unit phase, yes. Because abilities can be used whenever. There's a few options, right? Option 1 is we nerf Mage's Tower to this could only give you 2 units instead of 3, right? Instead of 3. We could make this cost 5 units instead of 4, right? There's not really much we can do here because there's a single unit to play with, right? So what do, right? You can't nerf it to like half a unit. You could make it so it's like every 2 cards you draw, you gain 1 unit, but that, you know, balance wise, that kind of sucks. As far as like the game, and also tracking wise, that kind of sucks, right? So you could do that technically. The actual solution is relatively simple, I think. Is just remove the ability for this to pull off of any card, right? It says you may you may draw you may remove units from any of your cards, right? So we make that maybe like you can do 1 unit from the graveyard and, you know, 3 units from anywhere else is probably how you do that, because then it kind of still has that sort of ability to it allows you to do interesting things even if units aren't stacked on there. Granted, that change would make it so you could still get this combo if you also played Witch's Hut, I think. Yeah, technically that would allow you to use Witch's Hut and do that. This is a much more harder combo to get. Like an additional structure makes this like even more difficult to actually happen, but does make sense thematically, but I think it removes some versatility. Yo, what up, Anonymous? We're talking about infinite money glitches. Here's my problem with, and then I guess the other solution is like capping this, right? Like one revive per turn, right? We could just cap this at 1 revive per turn, or Mage's Tower at, an X number of card discards per turn. But I personally find that limiting, right? I don't like how it feels like you're removing the potential from the game to have like interesting effects. It's the same reason I don't like spell slots in D&D. Like, I get their function, but I think the problem with them is like you're not letting the wizard be the wizard, It's like let the mage be the mage. Like they should be able to cast things at any point in time, right? Obviously, there should be some sort of cost to that, but an arbitrary limit I dislike. Like even if it's like, it's costing, the character's life points or something like that, right? I think that's a better way to limit a card than just an arbitrary hard limit. Because we can make this cost units. We already have a resource, right? We just need to do it in the right way for it to make sense. If it's you need 1 unit off of graveyard, you can plan for that and just leave units on graveyard. I agree. Makes players want to save their spell slots because they'll need it later. Agreed. Spell slots suck so much. I'd rather lose a ton of power and have limits, or I would rather lose a ton of power than have limits on how many times I can do something. And that's why I love the Warlock in D&D, is because their cantrips are just beefed up, right? It's like you can use these cantrips whenever you want. You get your spell slots back on a long rest, right? It's like short rest rather than a long one. It's like you get so much more opportunity to like reload your spells and use them more often than a wizard who like you use them and it's like, all right, well, now I just have to like wait till tomorrow for like an arbitrary reason, right? And that's why I think it's so much cooler to just like, okay, the strategy with graveyard, then if you have to have some units on it, at least it means you just have to plan ahead to use this ability. It's like, okay, well, let's throw like 1 or 2 units on here so that I can do this combo. I don't think the combo is inherently bad either. Tebow did mention maybe it's okay that if this is a possibility to get infinite units, maybe that's fine, because what are the chances you get these 4 exact cards in any given run and you are able to play them, right? You still can't attack with this many. You still need a hero down, so you need 2 whole turns dedicated to this. I think it probably is better requiring like Witch's Hut to actually make that interaction work, right? Like I think this card consuming units is probably important to the balance of the game. But the fact that this could be possible isn't necessarily bad. The idea of needing components for spells, like feathers or wind or whatever. Yeah, I agree. I never use spell components, but that's only because spell slots exist, and I don't think you need a secondary requirement to do spells. You know, it's like you already have spell slots. You don't need an additional, like, I have to I have to, oh, whoops, I ran out of like toad tongues. Oops. I don't have a salamander skin. I don't have a, I don't know, a feather, you know, it's like, oops, that, you know, I think D&D's spell components are too arbitrary in a way, but yeah, I do think that it's probably a better system than spell slots. I also like warlocks that can always upcast, so it's simpler to do that. That's true. That's true. But that's kind of my feelings on limited restrictions just for the sake of limiting it, because there's a better way than just being like, no, you can't do that more than once. Because like the cool thing is like you have a scenario where you have like how we I won the game when or I guess when we won the game when me and Nez were playing. Right, we had the spell blade, and the only way I got the spell, like the only way we won that round was that I used my graveyard to pull units off, to pull a card into my hand, because my hand was empty. I pulled a card into my hand, then discarded it, and then made spell blade attack. If that only works once per turn, it's like and there's two monsters, it's like that interaction only works one time, and I don't think that interaction is inherently broken. That feels like a good interaction to me. You know what I mean? So I think limiting graveyard to like one pull per turn is a bad choice. I think we can use the resource system we already have, and we just use it in the right way. But if you get to my issue, you'll just be cycling for a while. If you get, but if you get it, my issue is that you'll just be cycling for a while and then win, which is fun in game. And when it's a temporary thing that you find and get, it gets patched but as a permanent addition, it shifts the meta. General perspective of the game. True. I think caps also don't make sense, but it tends for stuff that uses units, because units are already caps of sorts. Exactly. Hello, Fig. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Hello. Introduce a new resource after I don't know how many days of development. Yeah, like 500 and something. I posted on Grot's thing the other day. I'm like, oh god, has it really been like 560 days of development? Grot was like, oh, it was on his post. Where's the game jam? He's like, I did a play test. It took me 2 hours, so it's good in that category. The game is okay, but late game is a mess. I'm like, it's really hard to get a game as polished as it needs to be in 2 weeks, says the guy on day 579 of his 2-week game jam. But yeah, and then so kind of to your point of video games as well, Tuna, I think you're right in the fact that like cooldowns aren't like cooldowns is like the example of an artificial limit, right? I haven't been alive for 579 days. True. So yeah, cooldowns are much better in video games. I will agree because you know that's the same equivalent, right? Like limited use, it's a cooldown, right? Technically, you could have like the cooldown be like a day or something crazy, right? So you're not using it super often. But one of my problems with cooldowns is it's a similar issue. It's not so much that it limits the games. It has problems in its own sort of field, right? Because like you have, you'll have your, you know, ability bar, right? And I'm not saying this is always an issue. I just think over reliance on cooldowns becomes an issue. When you have, you know, all your abilities and you're constantly, your game is up here, right? You're playing your game. You're over here, you know, on your screen, except your eyes are down here looking at this. This was my problem with Diablo 3 is that eventually you got to a point where you're just staring at your hotbar the whole time, looking at your cooldowns while your character is just, you know, aimlessly running around destroying things. I think cooldowns can be an issue there with if you're over reliant on them as sort of a game design philosophy. But yeah, I've noticed that with similar games. Yeah. But that's my thoughts. I guess we can talk about the C example as well. I think with the C, if we have it like just a limited number of units it can gain or a limited number of units that can be put on the card, it just feels like an arbitrary limit that kind of limits cool interactions. And I think there's a better way to do it. Yeah, we could do the easy, we could pick the easy route of just being, hey, this is cap, the end. Probably solves the problem forever and we won't have other issues arise. But I think that being able to find that combo with a certain number of cards that allows it, that feels you know, sufficient, right? To be able to do that, I think is fair. Right? Like if this is what this requires to get an infinite combo, to get 5 exact specific cards out of a 24 card deck, I think that's probably okay. It takes 3 turns to place down this number of cards. You have to get these exact cards, right? Technically, there's 2 graveyards in the deck, so it's maybe a little bit easier, but I don't know, right? So I think maybe infinite glitch is okay if you get this many, but yes, it's still recording. I think we're done though. I think we're gonna stop the recording. We did it. It's probably too long, but you know, I thought it was a good rant. Merp. What's up, Fig? How are you doing? Okay. C. Gain units when a card returns to your hand. Was there a problem with that? Because it could just be that. I think part of it is having an ability, and because part of the idea was C had the ability to return a card to your hand on it, and the problem is you can't have an ability and a triggered effect. Life is chaos, but can't complain. I feel that. Second introduction. Wow. What? I don't think we got to worry about it for now because playtesting will give us a way deeper perspective. True. You'd be proud of me. I'm learning how to draw the right way with like lines and rough drafts. I don't know what that means, Fig, but I guess I do. You're like sketching, I guess. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm proud of you. DDP, yo. We'll have to start on the mad scientist soon. By the way, how do you keep coming up with the facts? I'm struggling after 8 cards. Oh, we're about to hit an ad break. I talked about this a little bit with actually in one of my videos, and also during the like thing with I did with Nez, the like card class thing. There's 2 different ways to do it, right? There's top down game design and bottom up game design. Top down, oh, I can't remember which one's which right now. I'm blanking. So you can either come up with a theme, like a type of card, say like a fire card, right? And you can be like, okay, this is a fire card, and its effect is going to, damage something every turn. You could do the opposite of that, which is, okay, what's a card that can, which is probably what you're doing, is trying to think of the effect. You're like, okay, a card that, damages something every turn. Oh, I guess that could be fire or poison or something like that. Swap it around, pick what the card effect is, or pick what the thematic might do, and then make cards based on that. Or again, if you're struggling the other way around, try that. Sorry, I kind of tried to explain that quickly because we're about to be an ad. So quick ad break, 3-minute ad break. I will be back in 3 minutes, and we'll have another hour of ad-free content. Be right back. Ever wanted to make a board game but felt, I feel like it's showing this one a lot lately by how much work it takes? Yeah, whatever. Designing every card, every rule, every little piece, only to realize it doesn't work and you have to go back and redo it all from scratch. Well, today I'm going to show you how to skip through all that frustration and walk you through how I make a board game from scratch fast. And not only fast, I'm talking about a fully working prototype, multiple playtests, and actual revisions all under 24 hours. And I know this might sound like a bit of an exaggeration, but I can tell you it's truly that easy because I've done it myself. Twice. Between 2 24-hour board game challenges and a bunch of other projects, I've learned how to make board games and do it quickly. So if you've got an idea and a single day to spare, let me show you how to bring your game to life. And stick around because I think some of these tips might just change the way you make games. To start, let's talk brainstorming. Maybe you've got an idea, maybe you don't. Either way, I recommend starting with brainstorming. Just write down anything that comes to mind. For me, usually I start with a core concept, something I'm trying to achieve. In the case of my 2 24-hour game challenges, I started with a theme. Partly because that's what the challenge required, but honestly, it's a great jumping off point if you're just starting from scratch. That core concept can be anything, narrative, mechanic, or just a vibe you're going for. The most important thing is to get the ideas flowing. Write down everything, even the bad ideas. You never know which ones might evolve into something useful. Don't be afraid to borrow inspiration either. Pull ideas from your favorite board games, but also video games, books, movies, whatever inspires you. Sometimes adapting ideas from outside the tabletop scene can lead to something truly unique. But say nothing's coming to you, then talk to a friend, bounce ideas around. That back and forth can spark concepts you'd never come up with alone. You're a nerd and don't have friends? No problem. Using an AI or something like ChatGPT can actually be super useful for ideation. Sure, most of the ideas probably shouldn't be taken directly, but it can still help get the ideas flowing, like talking to a friend. Once you've got your list, it's time to refine. Pick your best ideas, cut the rest. Look at them through the lens of what makes the best minimum viable product. If something feels too big or complicated for your first prototype, cut it. You can always add it back later if you have time. I decided to do this exact thing for my corruption mechanic with Blighted Blackridge. It was too big of a scope and I decided to cut it from the 24-hour version. However, I decided to add it back in after when I had more time. So you've got your ideas and now you're ready to actually make the game. Start by taking those ideas and plugging them into a spreadsheet. Personally, I recommend Google Sheets for this step. For one, it makes collaborations super easy. If you're working with friends, they can just jump in and help. And for two, well, we'll get to that in a second. From there, design your game in sheets, separating each element into columns. For instance, card names, card types, effects, indicators, etc. Now here's where it gets interesting. Once your spreadsheet is ready to go, you can take it into a program called Dexterous. It uses a layout and converts all the cells in your spreadsheet into complete game components. Cards, tiles, tokens, you name it. The first time I found this tool, it blew my mind. No more opening Photoshop and editing each card by hand. Just change.
It's kind of crazy. I still kind of have a cough. I've been chugging down cough drops. I don't know if chugging is the right word, but you know. Okay. I think it's too niche if it gains units when returning card to hand. The idea was that it could proc itself and then anything else that also returns cards to hand also works, but you might be right. Yeah, and I don't know the word when you draw like a circle and put the crosshairs. Oh, construction essentially is what you're saying. Construction lines. I blurted out some absolutely incredible advice to someone. Sorry, I just want to make sure I wasn't muted. To someone making a game, and it's changed my perspective so much. Interesting. We have to try that. It's crazy how I taught myself something by randomly spouting wisdom. Give me that wisdom. And do it quickly. 579 days, indeed. Indeed. Basically, this. Think about the basic elements you have and what you can do with them. Like, he had a time mechanic, so I said you can speed up time and slow down time, stop it, reverse it, bop it, twist it, etc., etc. Yeah, it's true. And thinking of that, or thinking that way, can give you a good basis that lets you get moving fast. 100%. If you're a nerd and have no friends, I feel attacked. Oh, yeah, I forgot when that was. I forgot I said that. Gotta go for a maximum of 30 minutes. Okay. See ya, Tebow. See you in a bit. Then when you do everything you want to do with those mechanics, you can add new ones and expand on pre-existing ones. Yeah. Agreed. And the interaction between simple mechanics is like one of the biggest things too. I mean, I have a whole short on this one, but just labeling something makes it a mechanic, you know? It's kind of an older one. Do I bother showing it? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's technically part of one of my longer videos, but it's not even it's my second short. Hold on. Mute music. Unmute this. Also, listen how different I sound in these videos compared to my newer ones.
I added a rarity system to my game. This may not sound all that interesting, and mostly like an organizational feature for helping sort and organize cards, which is true, but there is a great mechanical bonus that comes along with it. It's what's called connectivity through classification, which is a term I just made up. But what does connectivity through classification mean? Well, it means if an element of a game has a term to represent it, it can be referenced in other systems, allowing it to be integrated. Let me give an example to contextualize it. So now that we have rarities classified, we get an ability like Sabotage, which you place an item on the ground, and after one turn, it explodes, creating a shockwave, and 10 damage all around it. The distance the shockwave travels is based on the item's rarity. Common is 6 spaces, rare is 8, and legendary 12. In this example, the rarity system has the terms common, rare, and legendary, which allow it to be integrated into the ability system. Which is why I added a rarity system to my game. This makes
I wasn't muted. Sorry. It's too loud. Anyway, that's a short. Hopefully it wasn't too echoey. There you go. Nope. Wait. That one. Any hoodles. Gain units when a card is returned to your hand. Yeah, it's too niche. I think you're right. I'm trying to think this through. I'm doing the thinking beard motions. It could be for every 2 cards you have in your hand, you gain 1 unit. Is probably okay. It would probably be this. Question is, does it happen at the end of the turn, or does it happen, I think, at the end of the turn? At the end. At the end of your turn, gain units equal to half the number of cards you have in your hand. Round down. I'm just wondering if this is like anti-synergy with humanity technically, but no, it has to be the start of your turn. When I suggested these sea cards, I was also considering the whole sea god that it's self-sufficient with returning cards. So I was trying to think of ways to make those other cards synergize with him, but also work in other decks. Yeah. At the start of your turn, before you draw cards, gain units equal to half the number of the cards in your hand. Round down. Is that how I want to do that? What's the difference between that and the end of your turn? I guess you can return cards to your hand before the other option is like gain 2 units per card in your hand after 5 cards. But that also gets kind of crazy. Because you could have a lot of cards in your hand with Wizard. I think it works. This other version. I think just returning a card to your hand as just an ability for free is probably okay. We'll try this for now. I don't want to overthink it. At the start of your turn, before you draw cards, gain equal to half the number of cards you have in your hand, round down. Gotta go, dude. See you Monday or whatever, or whenever we play the Game Jam games. Bye. All right, see you, dude. Yeah, I'll definitely let y'all know what's going on with that. I will keep you posted as to when we set up times. I was probably tempted to say it'd be cool if you have it so like each unique ability triggered gives you like a boon of units, which would be interesting. But problem is not all abilities have costs technically. Mainly Stone Golem. Most other ones have one, with technically the exception of what's it called? Altruism, but altruism kind of has a cost because it's just based off of whatever damage you take anyway. If that's the ability, would you be able to return as many cards as you want in a single turn? Yeah, 100%. Which I don't necessarily think is a good thing. You know? Because you can only play so many cards. This is kind of like an afterthought ability that probably works with something else, but it does mean you can trigger your God's passive again, right? You could bring a card that has 1 unit. You gain, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it works. The strategy would be like at the end of your turn, like after, sorry, at the end of the old god's turn, it goes, it does its thing. And then you go, it's right before your turn. You return a card to your hand. You gain extra units for that. And then you play it, like you gain units on the land. Let's just pretend this is C, right? You gain units based on the cards in your hand. And then you play this, which then gets an additional unit once it's played. Yeah, you can also prevent your card from dying. But you do get more units when you place with Goddess of Humanity. So it's like, I don't know. I think it's pretty good. It's decent at least. All right, let's see. All right, we need to do... Well, Grot just left, unfortunately, but we need to do Musketeer. And then we will... Oh, wait. It's not quite C. Hold on.
Tuna Arpino just redeemed Make an E-card. By the way, I'm entering the queue before the price increase. I'll think about what I want while you're doing DDP in Toot.
Deal. Get them while they're hot, you know? Thank you for your patronage and your hard-earned Bitcoin. Inflation, you know? If Anonymous is here, he can go ham. Yeah. He's saving up for when I like make a 100 K Bitcoin redeem for a full commission or something. I was tempted to do that. I just haven't gotten around to that. And I'm not sure I really want to do it, but we'll see. This is the wrong font, isn't it? Yeah. Format painter. There we go. Okay, Musketeer. I must get tiers. I'll be here for years, so I'll save up for anything anyways. There you go. What I'm trying to decide what we even are doing for the Musketeer. Grot was saying something along the lines of we're just gonna do it here actually. Grot said he liked the idea of a swap plus gain units on being attacked. Could be interesting. It is sort of along the ice god theme. Wrong deck. Can't wait to put all the beta cards into the main game. It is along those lines. I would say if it is along those lines, it's kind of redundant. Yo, Tebow. Because this card can just do that. Last time, you're right, we talked about card is disabled and deals extra damage or something, right? Whether that is an insta-killer or not.
which I think honestly still could be good. It would be good for this god actually, because you could take damage and then maybe swap out for a card that is disabled. I think would be interesting. He was talking about another card. No, he was talking about Musketeer. At least I'm 90% sure. Oh, another card not taking full damage for it? Oh, I'm pretty sure he said gain units and then swap the card out. But maybe I'm wrong. Low base guy. How is you? I is pretty good. We're you know, we talked about metric time, and then that was distracting, and then we came up with an ability for a card, and we're coming up with another ability, and then we're gonna do some drawing because we keep getting card redeems. So that's how I is doing. What's your favorite band, Metric Time? That is a good one as well. What are your feelings on Metric Time, low base guy? I feel like you can't say your name. Like you've got one of the names where it's like you have to say the full title. You can't just be like, because like I can call Tebow, but I wouldn't call him, hey, it's Tebow every time. But low base guy, you kind of have to say the whole thing. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's like a famous person name. You kind of have to say the whole thing. Card is disabled, deals extra damage. Low base or LB? I don't know, man. I guess low base is fine. You can remove the guy. You could be, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna say. I was gonna try to like think of the opposite of like a high guitar instead of a low bass. I don't know. I'm starting to use Tebow everywhere, but here was taken for some reason. Womp womp. Sad. Okay. I think I do like high tenor. There you go. That's better. High tenor girl. Card is disabled and deals extra damage. I think it was what it kill destroy a, if I can spell destroy a monster. Do we want a power level limit? I don't remember. Destroy a monster. Disable this card. I mean, it could literally be as simple as that. The problem with the effect is that it could kill World Ender. Yeah. A monster with 10 or more. 10 or less. I think it's still just power level in the document, but it would be strength. Oh, right. I did like that. That was kind of cool. There's an old joke among male quartets that a tenor sings the lady parts because he is the singing the alto lines on sheet music. So he's literally singing a part written for women. Ah, I see. Is that why your name's Low Bass Guy?
Do you sing a low bass? A cap also makes sense because it gets disabled for longer. If it completely negates that. The problem is, like, I guess that does bring up an interesting question whether the card is disabled when it's swapped out, right? That probably needs an explanation on here, right? Disabled, like when you swap a card out for a disabled card, does it stay disabled or does it replace that? Like, it should in theory have the same state as the other card, I feel like, right? Say status effects vanish when you swap. Either way, I have to explain it, right? That would be a cool trade-off, right? Yeah, I used to for the incident. I don't know why. Anyway. Low bass. Nah, the smiles to understand what's happening. So, to explain, we are making a new card. It is the Musketeer card. I do have a redeem, which allows people to essentially make a card of their choice. This is the one that Grot asked for, which is a Musketeer. I think you said something about the scope last time, right? Was that you? Was that someone else? I don't know. This is the card, how it was turned out. So we're coming up with a ability for it. The swap card takes the disabled. That could be interesting if you swap a card you don't care about much that takes the disabled instead. That's kind of what I was thinking, right? So to go along with that, low base, this god, aka like the play style of your character or of the game. If you choose this one, can swap cards with another. So in theory, you could put a card in place of a card that is disabled, which is interesting. Porthos? I don't know what that means. If it swap fully purifies, then less interesting IMO. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It could be one of the Three Musketeers. I gotcha. Not based off of the Three Musketeers, no, but yeah, sorry, it's been a while. Did we have this conversation already? I'm feeling deja vu, but no, it's not based off of anyone. It's more just a a musket wielding character. It could be cool to have a hero that isn't affected, like a tank hero that isn't affected by being disabled, that would be in this deck. That'd be kind of cool, right? Yeah. So we're gonna need to make a note of that. God of Trade needs disabled interactions stated. Triad trade. It just needs to be stated one way or the other. I think it's more interesting if it keeps its state, because you're like replacing the card completely. So anyway, I think I like this ability though. I think I like him. Destroy a monster. Disable this card for 1 turn for every 5. Well, here's the thing. I'm tempted to not give it a cap. Honestly. Wait, that's a really cool card. A card that just can't be disabled at all. And if it's disabled, it immediately enables itself. Yeah, exactly. Or if it is disabled, it just doesn't count as anything, right? I mean, just a card that cannot be, or when disabled, it undisables, right? Rather than like, because then you could use it to like, to tank, and then you could just like use Mage's Shield on it like a ton if you're God of Magic or something like that. So then every time it gets hit by a disable, maybe it gains units. Yeah, something like that, right? That'd be pretty cool. Let's look at Old God monsters for a second. Let's assume this card can kill any. If it isn't enough to be immune, it's kind of niche is the problem, you know? Okay, so if we have our Musketeer that can disable itself for killing any monster, let's say no limit, right? What's the benefits and like problems with that, right? It can't kill any minions, so you know that's interesting. We could make it so it could kill minions, but I don't know. Maybe it can, because disabling yourself for a minion isn't really a problem, I don't think. Right? That's not like too bad. Like you typically wouldn't do that unless you have like a really high number of stacks. Or you just want to get something off the board because you have, technically you essentially have two attacks. One attack is your normal attack, and then you could just disable your card and kill another card of your choice. So I think minions is probably fine. So let's revise that. Destroy a monster or minion. How long have you been working on this game? Apparently it's been like 500 and some odd days. Almost 600. A long time. An ability that doesn't even use units is so very flexible. Whoa, yeah, it's been a good while. Probably too long is the answer, but to be fair, I did take like 2 months off to work on a different game, and then you know, it's not like it's constant work, but I pretty much only work on it on stream, so like, you know, 9 plus hours a week. But it has been like the past 2 years. Okay, Killing World Ender is probably the biggest example of it being like a great card. You know, imagine you have like a bunch of stuff on the board and you can just kill World Ender no matter how many units it, or how much power level it has. And then you get to destroy another card for free. That's a pretty great use case, right? Maw the Forgotten, kind of same sort of deal. Maw isn't nearly as scary as World Ender, but yeah. Kind of like how I initially built up my photo backlog. I only edited photos on stream. I did it on purpose so that I'd always have stream content even when it was cold, but then it got out of control. I feel that. Having specifically be a tank killer is interesting. Yeah. I mean, that's what it's more useful for, right? Like there's plenty of other cards that are more useful for killing small things. Rift Spawner, it's good for killing. Ravager, it's good for killing. Pretty much any of these, it's like Void Stalker, it's good. Nethermuck is kind of like Merp because Nethermuck comes back. And then you kind of get to the like the negative death effect ones where it becomes less good. When defeated, the Shane counterattacks, destroying the attacker. We might need to word it so that Shade would kill it, right? So like it's still attack, make an attack that destroys. How do you spell destroy? It's just what? I hate English. Destroys a monster or minion. Disable this card for one turn. Also makes sense thematically for a hero with the rarest weapon to take on the strongest enemies. True. I think this is fine. I think this works. I don't want to overthink it. Do we have a descriptor name that we want to throw on this one, or should we save that for Grot? Or should we come up with something and then run it by Grot later? We could have something that goes along with the ability, like I can't even think of a word. Something that's like slow, but every new card ends up being my favorite. I'm so cooked. You're never going to be able to make a deck. Just all the new cards. Which one's your favorite, the latest? I think we give a name run by Grot. Agreed. Do you have any ideas? My favorite or Tuno's favorite base of the low variety? Do we put... I don't think we uploaded this. Will this work? For me, it's Shapeshifter. Okay, got it. I will... That's kind of what I figured. I just wanted to check. I will show you what Shapeshifter looks like. In just a minute. No Shapeshifter. The question is, which one's your favorite? And the answer is the latest. It's a funny joke that was in my head, but that doesn't matter. Yeah. That's what's funny. That's wow. I can't even read it. The joke was funny in my head, and that's what matters. There we go. Jesus, cribbly. We indeed is we. Precise, exact. Unerring? Hold up. Unerring?
Unerring.
Like perfect. For like other words for like sharpshooter. I just think sharpshooter could be cool, but sharpshooter musketeer sounds kind of lame. Cast divine feline location. I have no idea where she is, honestly. Never missing. Oh, since when did it start doing that? That's actually really nice. I didn't even notice that. It shows it in on the chat now. In my combined chat, it shows the redeems. That's really nice. Okay, let's let me go find her first, and then we'll see if. Give me a sec. All right, what I missed? I miss push-ups. Okay, we'll do push-ups after we let me show off the kit. She is in a pile of my clothes, so don't judge me. Just threw them on the floor. I was tooting deeply, deeply. Great. Also, hi, Toot. I missed you. Crack shot. It's kind of cool. Focused. I like both of those. Those are both cool. Okay. Again, no judgment. Phone cam. Where's my knee? It's my knee. All right, you won't be able to hear me. Going on an adventure. You know. I'm back. She seemed done. Oops. Sorry, I'm catching up. I guess we go here. Oh wait, I gotta do my push-ups. And then I'll catch up. It's not focusing. Water. Cheers. I was just swallow my cough drop. Okay. Let me catch up. All right. Standing desk. Okay. It's been a while since I've done standing desk.
Imagine wasting 100 coins for TTS.
Hey, Toot's stream is 1,000 coins. You know what I mean? It's a bargain here. Well, I think I have a cooldown on it. I can't remember. All right, posture. Okay, every single redeem. God, my camera's kind of off like this, isn't it? Guess not.
1,000 coins? Wow, that's insane too.
Whatever. This is what the camera's gonna look like now. I think. Wait. No.
Huh. That guy wasted 100 coins for TTS.
You guys are losing it, and I'm trying to fix stuff. You know, okay, I just need to read.
That's like 7 or 8 more of these.
I'm losing track of what the messages are. Hello, Toot. Welcome on in. You said hello to everyone. Greetings, Toot. How's shooting deeply? Great. Crack shot musketeer I do like. Focus musketeer, deadly musketeer. Honestly, all those I like. The knee into khakis. Indeed. Kitty, kitty, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Humongous house, what? Well, I mean, I guess maybe it's big. I don't know. I guess it depends on where you're at, you know?
Low base and Nattleby make your scalps touch.
The wings, yeah, that's good. No, there's weird. Actually, it's pretty funny though. Oops, there you go. High fives. That's good. Absolute cinema. Pure cinema Luna. Says Yui. Let's send more messages so it takes longer to catch up. Muhaha. Well, I'm very far behind, so. Oh, hell yeah. Sounds like a plan. Hey, DDP, what's up? Hit him with those redeems. Heck yeah. Yep, standing now. Already at 2K again. Feels like I'm always close to 15K now. Yeah, it's weird. I guess it's the streaks, right? Love redeems, hee hee hee. 1,000 coins, that's insane. That guy wasted 100 coins TTS, that's funny. I feel like I turned off highlight message, or maybe I can't. The problem is it only shows up on, it doesn't show up on my combined chat, so it feels like it's a waste for you guys, unfortunately. Ball. Did that even work? I guess it did. Sorry, make our scalps touch. Musketeers. I said that earlier. Did I not? Or you? I don't know. Anyway, to do a poll for deadly, crack shot, and focused. If you feel like it, you can too. I don't know if I missed, if there was one and I missed it already though. No, it wasn't. Sure.
Haha, we
Why
have
not?
too much power over here.
Are you good with those options? Yeah, they all seem good. I think that's good. Yeah, so it's the musketeer is what we're throwing up, and these are the adjectives. That's, I always get those confused. Adjectives for adding before it. Am I crazy? Yeah, it's adjectives. God, I hate words and language and stuff and things. I don't really hate it. It's just, it's hard for me, okay? Okay. Words are hard. That's basically what it boils down to. Yeah, for sure. Okay. No. 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 There we go. It's a little better. A little headroom. Pulls up. Balls. The fact that you put balls in there. If you're new and follow instantly, get 3 TTS redeems. If scammers are smarter, they'd check notice and promote their scams. True. Holds up. Bots are listening. Lower your voices. That was low base's vote. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, hi. Crack shot is the winner. Somehow not balls. I don't understand. Honestly, I am surprised that didn't win just because y'all like to troll. Crack shot musketeer it is. Done. They can attack as well. It's not their only function. You wouldn't want a shot of crack. You okay, base? We're serious folk, you know. We take balls seriously. Have you guys ever had the balls energy drink? I can't remember if it's spelled funny. It is not. No, it is. It's balls. It's spelled the exact same way too. There it is. And there you have it. I'm dying. Call an ambulance. Never mind. I perished. Beat. Move the cam slightly down or to the right. Discord. Is it? It's probably. It's hard to see on my secondary monitor. Slightly down or to the right. Oh, it's like uncentered. I think a singular pixel through the corner. I see. You just also. Oh god. I could also just. I don't know if that fixed it. Yes, I noticed a single pixel. Wait, why is it actually called balls? I don't know. I don't know how but it exists. I don't know if that fixed it, Tebow, but hopefully that helps you. Literally can't even see it. OCD moment. Don't even have that. Well, you do now, apparently. Wait, isn't there a art review tomorrow? I'm really excited to see Beats. Well, for you it's today. Yeah. It is at 8:30 EST today for me. I should have done like a relative time on there. But unfortunately, I did not. But yeah, it's in what? So 8 hour or no? Why is my brain not working? It's 3 now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5.5 hours. God, my brain could not do that. Or less. About 7 hours? No, 5. Yes. No one say it. There's only 8 locations in PA that carry balls. I'm sorry. Sorry for your loss. What are their names? Jockstrap. Beats. Put it in Beats. It is put in relative time. No, the timestamp. Well, it is timestamp, but there is a way. Here, I'll show you. Timestamp. No. Discord timestamp. You can do it so it's like the time isn't relative, so it's like this is 1 minute ago, or you can change it to like what it is long date, weekend, whatever. It tells you the entire date, so you can actually change the format that it appears. Usually, like, it's nice to have relative as well, where it goes whatever. Wait, I use hammer time. I like this one. Do not count out loud. Shaking my head. Lucky there are no. I didn't show me here. What? Why is counting out loud bad? Because I'm hurting everyone else or something? I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. No low base, but Lucky, Lubier, and where's Carry Ball? There you go. I've been thinking it's standard mad scientist alchemist with some. Oh, what were you thinking? Yeah. Some test tubes. Yeah. We'll probably get to that right now, actually. Probably pivot to that. We could do other stuff, but I think we're pivoting to that because that seems about right for what time it is. Is like a variable generator? No, so like within, so you notice on my Discord how there's the time here. That is in your local time, no matter what you look like, what time zone you're in. So if you look at it, it says 8:30 p.m. for us, but for someone else, this looks different, right? Like for everyone else here, it's past, 2 p.m. or whatever, or 2 a.m. Right? And then you can use this to change what it says. So like this is what it like. This is how it works for us, right? This is like what time it is. And then you can do relative where it's like, okay, that time was 3 minutes ago. Anyway, it's very useful. One of the coolest things on Discord. So you don't have to do the calculations in your own head or Google it or whatever. I'd like to give ton of design suggestions to Beats to just say, so just say if you disagree. Yeah, I've been procrastinating playing date everything. Well, probably either not gonna sleep or gonna sleep in a bit. Nice. Sorry, my brain's like reeling from trying to catch up here. Something about A6 and then, you know, okay, gotcha. I'm too old to get the meme. I don't think anyone's supposed to get the meme. I think that's the point of the meme. I want to do this real quick, which is going to ruin... I need to make... Whatever, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Beats. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Up. And then now we can go to Dexterous and we can hit refresh. And we can see the fruits of our labor. There's a Crackshot Musketeer. And a C. What are you doing down there? Oh, she ran off. Bro, I can't survive 5 minutes without hearing in my high school, bro. Yeah, I know. It's contagious. I like how Guppy's back there. Anyway. What are you doing? Sorry. Just had to yell at my cat. Don't mind. Don't mind me. Not even a real yell. Just one of those, you know. Mwah. This card looks right. Thank you. Yeah, I think it turned out pretty cool. Looney. Yeah. Y'all watch Bubble Guppies, right? I do not. I don't know what that is. Wait, actually. I gave my first idea in stream chat. Okay, cool. All right, get down. Down you go, kitten. Anonymous Fig, heart. All right, how am I doing on standing? Okay, 17 minutes have transpired. I feel like this could be a little bit shorter as far as text goes, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I think at the start of your turn, whatever. We'll come back to it. Let's draw. We owe it to DDP. My girls are freaking addicted to Gups. Honestly, I think Guppy may have subconsciously come from Commander Keen. Anyone play Commander Keen? Was it a Guppy? I don't think it's technically a Guppy. Oh, maybe it is. This guy? It's just called a fish. The dope fish, I guess is what it's called. Anyway. Anyone play Commander Keen? That was a time to be alive. You know? Why is my, oh, like, why is my computer being slow? It might be tabletop. I don't know. Hopefully their memory leak issues have been fixed. Too old to really grow up with it, but it's actually pretty cute. Actually learned a thing or two from watching it as an adult. Ah, okay. Sorry, I was not caught up. Okay. Well, actually, I guess before we do that, we're doing the mad scientist. You guys ever play Freddy the Fish? Freddy the Fish. I know of it. I don't think I ever played it. I played plenty of games that were like this, though. Like Putt Putt Goes to the Moon or whatever. There we go. Tuna asking the real questions. Tuna's trying to keep us on track, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Tuna. Yes. Yeah, what do we want? Do you want a lady mad scientist? Do you want, what body type do we want? So here's A, B, C, D, E, F. It should have legs. That's what we have so far. Obviously, like, I alter all of them, but those are the base ones. Okay, wait, I gotta rewire my brain. I really thought this was a Bubble Guppies reference. No, it's not. Okay, now I just need to look at Bubble Guppies. Fish. I see. Mermaids. I understand. Look at Tuna go. Hourglass makes sense for a collar scientist. I can see that. Probably old white hair guy. I feel like white hair makes hair is a must for a mad scientist. Yeah, I was thinking that, or it's like that, or like black hair. We could do like this one, I guess is what you're thinking. I'm trying to like, I think you said you put reference, right? Let's see what you said. That's crazy, but I like it. Okay. What are that? Art review. Okay. That's gonna share it, but and I'll pop it up when we get a second. I do like the first one a lot. Second one, he's like, I guess he's really muscular and stuff, but I don't know if we'll have him being the thing that's like altered, right? I think it's more the character themselves that is we'll go with this for now. It might change. But yeah, the character themselves that is like experimenting on other things, which is going to make this like a complex card, but you know, here we are. Immediately runs to Discord to see Fig's art. I'm only on track because of my ADHD. I get hyper focused with creative jobs. Heck yeah. I feel like people think of Einstein makes it a personality trait of all scientists. Is true. The show. It can even be next time. 2, it's digital art. I've been trying to learn how to draw the right way. I don't think there is a right way, but yeah, there's just, you know, a standard process that can be helpful, but it depends on your brain, you know? Yeah, more suggestion of the helmet, mask, goggles. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, holy, hello. That's a lot of text. I was not expecting that to come out of, not nowhere, but I was like, oh, ooh, I'm liking it already, Fig. I see it in my periffs. Any tips? I don't want to start C# and sit there for 5 hours learning functions and how to print to a terminal like projects. I'm building my own X, but with no tutorials, no docs. I don't really get what I'm writing. I understand bits, but ask me to write it with no docs, and then I wouldn't know where to start. Sorry for being long. I start ADHD and struggle. I feel like I'm not learning, thinking of starting with Loom. So I am not a programmer. All my art and all my game stuff is board game stuff, which, no, you're good. You're good. Don't be sorry. So that isn't something I can exactly help you with, right? With, you know, coding languages. Makes sense. Very sorry. No, you're good. So yeah, I can't exactly help you with that. But I think like a key to learning like anything, I've said this before on the channel, but honestly, just so let me reread your thing for half a second here. I do have enough knowledge within like the game dev sphere. Like I've been around a lot of, like, you know, game dev people. I watch a lot of you know, devlogs and that kind of stuff. But I think like the key to learning just in general, or like finding the motivation to learn something, is just doing a small amount of just like do a little bit at a time, right? You know, start with 20 minutes of just sitting down and learning something. And then a lot of time that will, you know, get you to start. And then once you've started, you'll find that momentum to carry you forward. And sort of along that vein, really, no matter which one you pick, doesn't matter, right? No matter what coding language you decide to pick, you're going to be able to use the logic and all that stuff from one and bring it to another. I've seen like plenty of game devs who've not had any experience with one engine move to another and still be able to come up with some really cool stuff. So I think whatever choice you pick is the right one, you know, because I think worrying too much about what language it is just the fear of making the decision, and not the fear of which one's truly the right choice. Because no matter what, you're going to learn something, and you're going to be able to apply that skill to either thing you pick. That's my thoughts. I'm hoping to get my focus on creative jobs instead of hoping to get my focus into creative jobs instead of video games. Give me focus, Tuna. Give me your focus, Tuna. I played everything for almost 11 hours straight. Last time 1 a.m. to 11 a.m. Damn. I'm like, I need to log in. I think we may have lost Joe, but maybe not. Hopefully that was helpful, Joe. I think you may have left. No, you're there. Okay. It's fine. We're good. Yeah, and a lot of other people know coding here, so they might be able to help you. I'm the dumbest human on earth. I managed to code. Fig, you're not the dumbest human on earth. Can't words. I'll fight you. Don't be mean to my friend. And all that. It took a lot of hands-on work, debugging. 99% of what I learned code is from just doing it, and so much debugging. I would suggest making apps like Code Academy or stuff. Start making small things like calculators or creative projects. Really helps. Start learning C#. But changed game engines twice and recently changed to Game Maker Studio and right now, and learn GML from scratch. I'm a little coding goblin. Finished software development college course thing. Right now I'm doing nice. Double-edged sword because I don't choose what to hyper focus on, either completely space out or absolutely locked in. It do be like that. Also Python all the way. Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but sure, I'll agree with that. What Fig said. That's why you scratching my couch. I feel like she gets crazier when I'm standing here. That's why I make a project where you hyper focus on coding. I'm just trying to get through some of this. Like languages and tools, build things you want to make, you know, kind of think of the outcome right. It's hard to explain everything. I think is best to compare. Learn language, just show. Hey, why are you being crazy? Coding itself. C# is a huge task. Try to think small projects, learning to introduce yourself. Go from there. Seems like good advice. Olga, we're all about good conversations here. You got this, Joe. Indeed. So, Kitten, what in tarnation are you doing? It's making a calculator stuff is first. Can I post a link? Yeah, please. This is how somehow relatable. We don't have ADHD or anything like that. Well, except for autism. There you go. Okay. Let's actually draw. Sorry, I kind of skimmed through a lot of your advice. Hopefully that was helpful, or everyone else's advice rather. Hopefully that's helpful to you, Joe. If you're still sticking around. Yeah. Everyone else here knows more about coding than I do. All right, we're doing a mad scientist. An old guy with white hair. Okay, so the thing I was trying to get at is that it's hard. Like, I gotta figure out where to draw the line between steampunk and fantasy and sci-fi, right? The closest thing we have to steampunk is our Iron Golem, or whatever the frick it's called. It's not Iron Golem, it's Iron Sentinel. So we got to figure out the art style of that. Barely read about autism, but from what I have read, the symptoms can be similar. Yeah. My sister has ADHD and we do have a few things in common, but no one else seems to understand. Also, example, most nights I'm half dead watching YouTube movies, and some nights I'm creating music, even surprise myself. I think that's very human though in general, right? Like, from what I know, I'm just purely dyslexic, which usually isn't like necessarily like cause like behavioral differences, right? It's more it's more just like the way I see, like my brain envisions things. but I still get into like a cycle where it's like, yeah, I'm really creative at certain points and I'm really, you know, dead at other points. Like, you know, I think there's like everyone has like cycles that they go through for you know, how you know, productive and not productive they are. Joe's gonna become a coding legend and we'll all have the privilege of bragging seeing his beginnings. There you go. This is my royal decree. To me next tuna. I want a royal tuna decree. Indeed. Can I say it yet? I can. I just searched what decree was, did you? Like a royal order or statement, I guess, right? Well, it doesn't have to be royal, but... Kitten, what are you doing? That's my wall. Okay. How steampunk do we go? How low do you go? I'm not a native English. I'm not an English either. No, I can't read. I'm not a native English. See, I can't read. Yeah, I'm not native English. Shaking my head. It's okay. No, I wasn't really making fun of you. I was just being silly, you know? I do not blame you. I can't read either. I've been talking too much. I might just need to lock in and let y'all banter. Two will live a happy, fulfilling life surrounded by people who love him and he loves. Even in the hard times, he'll have the strength to persevere and he'll have the support of his loved ones. The Royal Tuna Decree has been unleashed. Beautiful. Twitch, stop making me say things I already said. Weird. Thank you so much. Look at Tuna go. Tuna a piano, you know? Okay, we got half an hour before an ad. I'm trying to decide how long we're gonna work today. I do have, as you all know, a second stream to attend. It only will be for probably half an hour. I will be there, but you know, I'm kind of envisioning like goggles of some sort on the head, eyes. Maybe a hand holding up the goggles. And then like in the background, we've got like you know, your big old science tanks, and you got like an endling floating in there. I don't know why it looks more like a person than an endling, but... Know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a silhouette in there, and these are glowing, you know. And we kind of have like a bunch of these in the background, and then maybe like a desk with like science contraptions on it. You know what I'm saying? This is the vibe I'm seeing. How do we feel about the vibe? Is it passing the vibe check? Oh God, I'm so far behind. I need to lock in redeem something like, I feel freely ignore chat for 5 minutes. I expect I would get incredibly lonely for 5 minutes. You know, sometimes you just need to lock in, you know what I mean? Which is basically what I did. I just did that. I just locked in and ignored you guys for a minute. Dad's trying to work. You guys go play by yourselves. By the way, I have a surprising track record for not just predicting, but also literally altering fate. So you can take the RTD seriously. Were you okay? True? What? True? What? True. Gotcha. No. Ah. Tibo, your turn. Me next. You feel like it. Oh gosh. Set chat to emo only. That is a thing. I could do that. There's no way can be lonely if chat is filled with beats and strong beats, giga beats, and lunas. Watch me get something like 2 years. In 2 years, you'll be found dead in a ditch. I can't find it, but I'll post it later in the Discord. I can find a link to my first game in JavaScript. Nice. Found it. There it is. Heck yeah. You'll taste a food so divine, everything else will taste bland in the next week. That's all that's coming to me. Sorry. Oh no. I've been there, honestly. Where I used to live, the corn was the best you could ever eat, and it's never compared since. You know what I mean? I may just be reading your character. My powers are weak right now. Yo, food from home was elite. True. We'll probably give him some. Do we need to give him crazy hair? Do we do the crazy like Albert Einstein hair? I feel like it's gonna be weird. He looks like he's got cat ears. Or a goblin. DDP, how are you feeling about the vibe of this? Like tanks in the background. Maybe some like pipes and stuff, you know? Creatures. We'll just put like minions in here. Are you feeling the vibes? Probably should have made the mad scientist a different color in this example, but it's okay. This is our very rough sketch to kind of just get the ideas flowing, you know? I'm suggesting a wild tall hair instead. Yeah. Like very anime tall hair. I'm gonna think about that. I guess you said old, so probably a beard. I think it'd be interesting to have a Endling in front of him on the table, a scalpel or syringe. I do like that idea. But at the same time, that does mean I have to draw an Endling in some sort of weird perspective. Maybe goggles are down, honestly. Maybe goggles are down and you get like the sort of like anime guy with glasses. Yeah, we could have like make beats working out the anatomy of an Endling. We could have like a chalkboard as well. I just don't want to get like too far outside of fantasy, so I'm trying to figure out how I feel about that. Maybe it's just papers, right? It's like papers tacked to a thing. Instead of a chalkboard. I mean, a chalkboard is totally could be fantasy, right? I feel like it's dumb to think otherwise, but I like the paper is probably is more steampunk than a chalkboard is. But for some reason, it doesn't feel that way. Unique is the wrong word. That's one of the most common deceptions, but interesting. I probably missed. Oh, I see what you're saying. Depictions, not deceptions. Beast make? Yeah. Make, I already read that. Maybe he's literally scribbling onto the wall to show thin line between genius and insanity. Okay, let's just get started here. Let's look at like, ooh, the kind of, I was like, let's look at like old mad scientists, or old scientist apparel. Maybe like alchemist apparels. There's a brand called Alchemist Apparel. Fantasy. It's pretty normal. Part of me was like, it'd be cool to do like Plague Doctor sort of thing, but I think that's a different card. Yeah, an alchemist is more, a lot of time, more different. I was looking at the message. I saw that only 3 people ever mentioned the word burger, and 2 of it was me. What message? Wait, what? Oh, sorry. I had an incredible burger with pulled beef that surprised me so much. It was so darn incredible. I see. That makes more sense. Yeah, I missed it. Stream chat. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ponder this for a second. Fig, you still here? Is Fig here? Imagining a honeyed beef burger now. I'm feeling so hungry. Yeah, y'all are making me hungry. I heard. Okay, we're gonna do your thing real quick. File. Wait, no. We copy the image. Woo. While I think about this. While I contemplate, we're gonna look at your image. First of all, very cute. Hell yeah, Fig. I love the design. I'm observing, I'm thinking. But yes, everyone look at Fig's beautiful art. So here, let's, what do you, first of all, what do you want advice on? The hair has been the hardest thing and I don't love the body. Okay. I do struggle with anatomy myself, so take anything I say here with a grain of salt. Yeah, you did a great job on the face. I think the face looks really good. I'm thinking here. No, her eyes are about right. It's kind of hard when you have like eyes that are big proportions, like, but the spacing's about right. The nose might be a little bit low, or rather the eyes and ears might be a little bit high. But if you're going for that as like a stylistic thing, like, because obviously her eyes are huge compared to like what a normal human would be, right? That's like more anime proportions. Then I think it's fine. I'm thinking through here. Yeah, I'll probably scooch the features down. Yeah. Every time I think about honey, I want to add it to every food, and I will never actually do it. There you go. Okay, so the body. And the hair. I think part of it is like you've drawn the hair. One of the biggest like problems when you draw a hair, and I'm still not good at it myself, is that a lot of time when we think of hair, we think of lines, right? You're like, ah, it's a line here and a line here, and that's hair, right? That's not really how hair works. Like, it's better to think of hair as like a 3D shape, right? You know, like more as a 3D volume, which is hard to think of it that way. Especially when you're doing like, you know, 3-dimensional weird shapes, right? And then kind of simplify afterward, which is it's harder to do, and I honestly can't really do it. But that is like one of the things that does help. Part of it's like her shoulders here, right? And then some of this hair should be behind her. You know, some of this hair should be behind her. And then some hair should potentially, you know, be in front. I really do recommend using different colors, because that really does help separate your layers. Like, make a mid-ground, foreground, and background for your hair, right? I guess we'll use, let's go in like color coordination here. Like, let's say red is front, right? So you've got like these elements that are in front, right? Obviously I'm just sketching over it. So there's like the most forward, and maybe you have like some of this chunk of hair is in the front, right? this chunk here. But then behind it is this chunk of hair, right? So using colors can a lot of time help how the hair is supposed to look, you know? Hair is not something I'm specifically very, very good at, but maybe some of the things I'm rambling is helpful. And like for here, you know, it looks like you've got some hair coming down here, so maybe that's, you know, in front, right? Maybe that's the front hair. S's are always good. Using the S curve really helps make things look nice. Is one of the things I find. You can just have like this shape, but I find, you know, these shapes more appealing, right? So that can be helpful. Beets adds honey to Brussels sprouts. It's true. It's a great, you should do it. It's great. I have honey so I can mix it with stuff. Do it. Oh, don't mind us just talking about food. I feel it. Guys, do I mix it with my pork cracklings? I don't think that would be bad. Oh, what do I mix? I thought you were saying honey. I don't know if I've had pork cracklings. I don't even know exactly what it is, to be honest, but anyway, hopefully that's slightly helpful, Fig, as far as hair goes. Again, I'm not an expert in that, unfortunately. I think hair is probably one of the areas I'm a little bit weak in, unfortunately. Anatomy is the other thing I'm kind of weak in, but rather than just drawing the shapes, you can do construction on here too, which I think you did a bit, but you can do construction more on the body as well. You did, you know, again, you did it on the face, which I think turned out really well, right? You have pretty good proportions here, right? Like that you've done the construction lines on the face. You can do that with the body as well, right? So she's got her shoulders, right? You draw your shoulder point, right? Those are how far her shoulders are apart. Her body goes down. I think from what it looks like, you've struggled with the bust area and maybe her torso. I'm trying to remember things I've learned. You know, you have, you know, usually the like draw the rib cage, right? So it's like you've kind of got this sort of shape for her I almost need to use like a brighter color. So she has, you know, a rib cage, right? Obviously, ideally, you know the anatomy and that's how you get to do it. I'm not great at that, but that's like the shape of her body. Then you have her breasts, which an interesting trick I found is like you draw a circle kind of at the neckline, right? To figure out how large it'll be. And then you kind of do a Venn diagram to kind of figure out where they sit. I haven't practiced that much, but it was an interesting one to figure out. I feel like I'm probably better at eyeballing it. Also, like, because like it looks like you drew lines that you erased here, right? You have here and here. A lot of time, less is more for lines, right? Consummate V's, consummate. One of the things, like, this doesn't look right? So a lot of time what you can do is actually erasing just part of it is usually like leaving some of the line, right? But a lot of time the suggestion of a line is better than the a full line, right? Like for instance, her lips, right, is a good example of that. You didn't draw, like, you didn't go, you know, the full whatever. You didn't do that, right? Because eventually it just looks weird. You've given her top lip, and then you did just a suggestion of the bottom lip, right? Does that make sense? So I find that's like a really useful technique in drawing, is just, you know, more, I'm glad you said something. I really liked her lips, but I was like, I don't know. I don't think I did enough. No, you're good. I think the lips look great. I think her whole, like all her facial stuff looks good. Like I said, you might be able to like potentially scooch some of this down. Maybe. No. Maybe. I don't even know if it needs it. It could kind of be a style choice. Maybe just a smidge, you know? Just like a tiny bit. But yeah, honestly, I struggle with body proportions too, so I can't really give you a ton of. I think, yeah, you draw Han. Let's try this. I know it's scary. We're drawing drawing a woman. It's scary. You kind of draw this shape, which weirdly enough looks like the god symbol from armies. And then you kind of just erase all the extra crap. Of course, I drew it on the wrong layer, but it kind of places you in the right sort of spot. I'd have to watch the tutorial again. It's been a while, but and then so for her torso here, you've got your rib cage, right? Maybe it's not exactly in the right spot. Let me see. Your ribs kind of come down. I guess technically, you know, this isn't such a hard line here. You know, it's kind of like more like this. But, you know, having the torso connect to that, and that's what kind of gives you the sort of like hourglass figure, right? Like, is you have your rib cage. I can't draw. You have your rib cage, and then you have the sort of, you know, your hips, which again, you have your hips, right? And then so this sort of intersection, because this is mostly just, you know, skin and muscle and fat on the torso part. So that's kind of like that intersection is kind of what gives you your hourglass figure, you know. Arms also you can do construction with, you know. That might be too far away, but you know what I'm saying? Just doing like make your little stick man, basically, you know? Some of this isn't correctly proportioned. And then you can kind of draw over that what shapes you need to kind of end up. Whatever. That makes sense? I don't know. Hopefully this is helpful. I'm kind of rambling a bit because I don't have great advice for you. Because anatomy is probably my like second most. Anatomy is probably my biggest thing I struggle with. Hair is probably like maybe like fifth on the list, but well, I guess hands is probably part of anatomy, so maybe it's second. But those are the things I have learned. Hopefully my ramblings have helped in some capacity. Hopefully anatomy is a hard and lifelong pursuit. Nova might be able to help you more than that. But yeah, your art looks great. You're doing great. I'm liking it. I think it's a very cute style. I need to go back here because I missed some of the stuff you said. we're talking about food a lot. Oh god, there's so much to talk about food. Okay. Ooh, shoulder circles. Yes, indeed. Bell peppers, something, food, savory food, more food. Glad you said something I really liked. Oh yeah. Her face is too long. I mean, it doesn't, like, people can have longer or shorter faces. I think it's just like her eyes might need to be down, like closer to her nose. Like the bridge of your nose aligns with like the middle to top of your eyes, right? Again, it's an anime style, so it's kind of hard to do that, but her nose or mouth might also need to move up because her chin is maybe low. So like this might be the alternative to that. Because you can have a longer face. Like there's a point where you're, you know, I don't know, this doesn't look good though, you know. It kind of, well, yeah, it looks okay. I don't know. You can play around with it. I don't think the face is too big of an issue though. Like, or an issue at all, potentially, depending on like how accurate you're going, which clearly you're not because the eyes are stylized, right? Accurate sounds like a rude word to use, but you know what I mean, right? It's you know, photorealism versus stylistic, right? I am not a food person. Does not compute. Did someone say they're not a food person? Oh, Tebow. That's wild. Well, it depends on if you mean you don't like food or you're not, just not a cook. Yo, a little rainbow like line curve actually helped to visualize the anatomy better. Yeah. I really like doing Oh, you mean like the S curve, or do you mean the I don't know, I missed what advice was actually good there. But using separate colors to show separation between three-dimensional layers is super useful. He's good at combining flavors and stuff. Ah, okay. You're not a great cook is what you're saying. I do love food, don't get me wrong. Also, okay, I feel better, thank you. Shoulder circles, tomatoes, indeed. Maybe the neck is a little long. The neck is definitely longer, on the longer side for sure. That could be, again, a stylistic choice if you want it to be. Maybe this lady's a fairy or an elf or something. I don't know. But yeah, neck could be shorter. Depends on what you're going for. Or cute and cartoony. Okay, yeah. Well, that's what I'm kind of saying though, right? Like you can play around. Like again, obviously eyes aren't this big, so it's like playing with that style is like how you kind of get a lot of that to you know, exaggerate. There are certain things you may or may not want to exaggerate. You know, some people have like really long necks on their characters. But yeah. But yeah, I guess, you know, lowering her neck down, maybe split the difference with the, what have I done? Maybe split the difference with her eyes and her nose, like maybe move her nose and mouth up a little bit. Let me turn these off. And her eyes down, eyes and ears maybe down a little bit. You're just gonna have to be some experimentation because honestly, I can't always look at an anatomy and be like, yep, that's how you do it. You know, maybe down a little bit there. Maybe. I don't know. And then yeah, just try looking up like construction for body drawing. It's not going to be perfect. Honestly, I think like the biggest way to like figure a lot of that out is using like actually figuring out anatomy, right? But you can have some sort of shortcuts to just like use simple 3D shapes to kind of figure out what the body actually looks like, right? Because like using a box is actually like, you know, an interesting way to do it, right? Or honestly, look at a skeleton, you know? Mostly think about combinations to use everything I have. I don't really buy stuff with combinations in mind. That's actually, you know, a way to get better at cooking, I find, is like just start throwing stuff together and seeing if it works together. The experimentation aspect. Anyway, Fig, hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, honestly, looking at a skeleton anatomy can also be useful. We're about to hit a an ad. All right, we're drawing a mad scientist. Okay. We will probably do an ad break in half a second. I don't know how far we're gonna get on this, honestly, but I'm kind of changing my mind. I think I might want to just do big circle eyes with you know, the kind of anime like glasses wearing look, you know what I mean, where it's like a bright white glasses or some sort of color. Evil anime with glasses villain. All right, ad starting. Give me a sec. I will be back in 3 minutes. Did we miss an ad? Did I skip one? I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm feeling tired. I feel like I did, but maybe I didn't. Be right back.
I wanted to make a board game.
I don't feel like I remembered skipping through this unless I just whatever. Video playlist. Let's go 3 minutes in.
To realize it. My mind. No more opening Photoshop and editing each card by hand. Just change a single cell in your spreadsheet and it updates the card. But enough hyping it up. From here, you've got a few options. Use one of many built-in layouts, customize an existing one, or make your own from scratch if you're feeling fancy. Once you have your layout that fits your game, you import your spreadsheet and Dexterous does the rest. All your cards generated in one go. Honestly, they explain this way better on their website, but this program really does make making games quickly a breeze. Without it, I don't think it would have been possible to make a game in 24 hours. But we're not done yet. Dexterous also lets you export components directly to platforms like Tabletop Simulator or screentop.gg. And of course, it can also export them to printable formats as well. Now I get it, printing your game and holding it in your hands is tempting, but I would urge you to stay digital as long as possible to maximize your time and rapidly develop your game. Why? Because exporting from Dexterous to Tabletop Simulator just takes a few minutes, and there's no need to spend hours printing and cutting out every single card after every tweak. By keeping things digital, you can iterate fast, testing new ideas instantly, and spending your time actually improving the game. And of course, all this leads to one of the most important steps: playtesting. Having your game on Tabletop Simulator can help with this as well. You can test it with your friends or complete strangers from one of many Discord servers dedicated to board games. A few good ones include Tabletop Simulator's official Discord, Break My Game, HTCG, Tabletop Craft, Dexterous's Discord server, and what's this? My very own Discord server where you can test your games and play mine as well? Wow, wild. You should definitely join that one. Jokes aside, getting playtests might feel intimidating at first, but I promise you it's easier than you think. Or heck, if you really can't find anyone, play it yourself. In fact, I recommend this. Solo playtesting for your first few playtests generally helps find a lot of the glaring issues without having to get another player involved. While you playtest, take detailed notes. Track what worked, what didn't, what felt clunky, what confused people, what part of the game had typos. All that information comes incredibly handy when it comes to actually revising the game. Speaking of revisions, thankfully, with Dexterous, this part is actually extremely simple. Go into your spreadsheet and tweak what needs fixing based on the notes you took, and playtest again. It's really that simple.
Up next is art. Now this can be done really at any point in the process, but a lot of people will tell you to save the art for the end because the mechanics are more important. And while there's some truth to that, if working on the visuals is what keeps you excited about your game, then work on the art. Because at the end of the day, the most important thing is that you have the follow through to finish your project. Plus, working on art is a great way to give your mind a break when spreadsheets and game mechanics start to melt your brain. That said, if your goal is to finish a game quickly, I recommend sticking with a simple art style, something that you can realistically finish in the time you have. For example, in one of my 24-hour games, I ended up just using silhouettes to avoid getting stuck in the details. Even for my main game, I kept the style simple so I can produce cards more quickly. Now I use Photoshop for my art, but you can use whatever tool you're most comfortable with. The best tool is the one that you can work with fastest, especially if you're on a deadline. So now that you've got your game, you'll need a rulebook. Honestly, I'm probably not the most helpful for this one because I'm dyslexic and I can't write to save my life, but I do have some advice for you that makes the process easier. First, wait until the end to write your full rulebook. Once your mechanics are locked in, it'll be much easier to write clear instructions without having to rewrite things. That said, don't forgo writing anything at all. Make sure to write down your core mechanics and your key rules, making sure to get some quick notes, that way you can flesh it all out later. Second, use tools like ChatGPT.
Yeah, I had to get a snack because you guys were talking about food too much. I like the big collar look. You know what I mean? Just a wide mouth. Or just teeths. Yeah, I guess we'll see. We'll see how crazy we make him. Wide mouth. No, it's more... I don't know. At a certain point, we get too style breaking, you know? Ugh, dude, my, did I skip? No. No, okay, never mind. You give him a grin. Yeah, I just... We're kind of getting outside of my comfort zone the more like we move toward darker things. It's too robot-y. I liked the toothy grin. I don't know. We'll see. We'll I don't know how far back I'd have to go to do that, or if I could even do it. Probably not. Darker. I don't know. Like a mad scientist experimenting on creatures and stuff is darker, I would say. Maybe I'm wrong, but darker themes. I guess I do. Like, it's not like I don't have darker themes, but I don't usually draw darker things, if that makes sense. It's not really a it's something I don't usually draw. I usually draw like happier stuff, I would say. I mean, my whole palette is very pastel. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but Beard might not be necessary. Also, give him upward facing hair. You can put lines through his forehead to signify age. Yeah, I can see that. Like that. Also give him like a receding hairline. Essentially. This looks like Rick from Rick and Morty. Oh, gee, Rick. Yeah, Morty, I don't know. They're just nasty little endlings and stuff, true. We could still do a beard though, as well. That is one of the few things that DDP asked for, you know, or said. He was imagining. I keep getting headaches. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I'm still sick or what. I keep getting like pain right there. Currently being shocking solar opposite. Honestly, I'm wondering how it's not bigger than Rick or Morty. Oh, Rick and Morty. Oh, I know you're talking. Yeah. I think if darker is the right word, but like this sort of style isn't me. I don't think. You know what I mean? Like creepy, I guess, isn't my style. That makes sense? I don't know. Like no shade to you, Tuna. This is purely a preferential thing, but most of like the designs you have sent me for Mad Scientist don't particularly appeal to me. It's not like this is the person who drew the Ravager. Ravager is like a, I don't know. And maybe I don't know. I don't know if my opinion's fully formed, but it's not that they don't appeal to me. It's just not something that like, I don't know. Hello, Sean the Pond. You've got a different icon. It's very colorful. Welcome on in. I hath arrived, indeed. I take that personally on Tuna's behalf. And it's not, I don't know. That dude freaks me out. John the Pawn? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I don't know. I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we're matching different vibes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to combine like the thoughts we have here. I feel like the smile's weird to me. It's I can't handle it. It's better. Honestly, I don't have an imagination for this. I'm just kind of drawing because I'm trying to combine ideas from both you guys and DDP's thoughts and somewhere in there what I was thinking, you know. I kind of like the idea of like the big collar. I always like big collars though, so that's kind of a he has the muha expression, but now he's like, heh, yeah. I don't know. Muhaha maybe was too much, you know? I do like the, like, this sort of jacket look. Might not make him as hourglassy. Yeah, I don't know what my vision is. When I make these types of characters, I usually make them look like crazy people before I make them scientists. I just put a science adjacent uniform on crazy people. That makes sense. Probably, so I'm probably weaker at making an actual scientist. Nah, I don't know necessarily about that. I mean, that's kind of what scientists are, right? They wouldn't, in theory, look any different than, you know, other people. I could do the tailcoat thing again, but I think that might be too much. Yeah, maybe not. It's kind of less than the other one. Or maybe I'd go the full trench coat. Really lean into it. Where this goes done diddly, covers everything. Haven't really done that before. If you can get crazy inventive with fiction. Yeah. That requires you to know the lore though, right? Like this game is pretty surface level with its designs, I would say. And you can kind of make up some of the stuff, but like generally the idea is to understand the card at a glance, you know? And not like get super interesting with like how the lore affects the character and blibbity blobbity bloop, you know? Agreed. I'm looking up some references here. Looking too much like a dress, or is that? That was medic from Team Fortress 2 line more what we have in mind. And generally an anime inspiration where I send anime references. Well, it's not, I mean, maybe. It's not that I. Okay, let me rephrase. It's not that I like. Well, for one, for like this guy's outfit, I like, right? This is cool. And the glasses, right? That kind of idea. I did it more of a mask, like steampunk, because I think this is too sci-fi, right? This guy's goggles are too sci-fi to me. His shirt is okay. Those are fine details. It's hard to translate to the style. Don't worry, I get it. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not even hard to translate to the style. Well, I mean, it is, but. And we could do longer hair like this. We could do hair down. I was going more like that sort of style, like spiky hair. It was shorter, not as like as a lot. Maybe this is better, honestly. Something more like this, where it's a little more patchwork, is kind of cool, and more belts. Because I do like me some belts. I also don't want him to be the experiment, I guess. That's the other thing. Because honestly, the biggest difference between drawing like this guy, you know, right? Like drawing his face and what I'm drawing now is like I've gone just kind of old person with it because that's what DDP mentioned, you know? Yeah, because we'll have Homunculus in the future, indeed. Push up, sit up. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my dad. You winning, son? There's the kid then. I don't know. Am I winning? What do you think of this mad scientist? I personally don't know. I don't know what I think. I think the thing is, I think this is what I was trying to say. A mad scientist isn't particularly a character I would draw as a hero. Does that make sense? Baby turtles, baby turtles.
Baby turtles, 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 baby turtles.
You're right. Yeah, baby turtles are next.
Baby what?
Baby, baby. It really shows literally everyone's coming together to fight the old gods. Yeah, it's not like I dislike the card. Like, it's just something I wouldn't normally draw. I think is my thing. It's not like an aesthetic I would choose. Does that make sense? I've got nothing against it. You know, it's just not like I wouldn't go like, ah, yes, I need to draw a mad scientist card. Does that make sense? Honestly, as like silly as it is to like give him belts and stuff, I kind of feel like it feels more medieval doing that. Maybe it's my love for belts, but it feels older somehow. This is the clip. Is this the baby turtles clip of me just staring at you? It's gone. I clicked it and it just went to the homepage. Yeah, it's not working. I think he's thinking of elderly bears, probably. Well, I think we're kind of ahead of the medieval times AAE world at this point. Yeah, I'm trying not to go too far into. I don't want to go too far with it, honestly. I mean, we are in steampunk fantasy era for sure. But I don't want to go too far. Does that make sense? There's a distance I want to stop at. I think we're in the 16th century, if not the 17th. Yeah. Well, I mean, magic in theory would advance all that stuff way quicker, assuming people actually try to do science. You know what I mean? If people aren't too lazy to learn science. Kind of like the opposite of what was that? What was that? DreamWorks movie? Onward? Is that what it was? That was DreamWorks, right? Or was that Pixar? No, that had to be DreamWorks. Is that Onward? What was it called? You know what I'm talking about? The embassy is ahead of medieval times in architecture, probably. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's more like a Renaissance era, right? Or, you know, something like that. I guess what I'm trying to say is I want it to still have a high fantasy vibe without like going too far into like, you know, Warhammer 40K where there's Elven or like orc space marines. You know what I'm saying? I do like the buckles though. I feel like they look crazier. The one with trolls or whatever they are, forgot the plot entirely. It's about modern day magic, sorcery, creatures. Yeah. It's called Onward. Yeah, I guess they're trolls or something. But yeah, like everyone in it is like, no one knows magic anymore because science was easier. They all forgot about magic because they're like, yeah, I can just turn on this light switch. I don't need magic. I don't need to cast the light spell. That's hard. That takes effort. I just find that concept funny. Watched the movie, the only thing I remember was the mom was thick and everyone was talking about it. I don't remember that. That's like the only thing I don't remember. The Incredibles, any Disney movie, right? Big Hero 6, Incredibles. Pixar. Was it? Oh, it is Pixar. Okay. It is. Honestly, it seems like it would be a DreamWorks movie. Am I wrong? Big Hero 6, I guess the ant there. Yeah, that's a thing. That I remember being a thing. I don't know. How are we feeling about this guy? I'm liking him more, but Aunt Cass and Helen Parr, the two most studied Disney Pixar women. The internet has no mercy. True. I looked up the Big Hero 6 Ant because I couldn't remember the movie. Big Hero 6 was pretty good. Although Big Hero 6 was How to Train Your Dragon, but sci-fi is basically the entire, movie. Like if I had to pick one, I'd just watch How to Train Your Dragon. Empire's Elastigirl. Ah, yeah. There you go. Thank you. I was gonna look it up. But yeah. Big Hero 6 is so memorable because of the robot fights. It's good. That's not me trying to knock it. I thought it was a good movie. I appreciated it. I liked it. Do we do Pockets? Pockets feels modern. You know what I mean? Also, I don't think it would have pockets. I think this is fine. A buckle on the headgear, crazy. I mean, maybe we could do a bit more of a crazy smile. I don't know. Looks too robot-like. It looks like Bender from whatever. Like the little robots at the start made it so iconic in my childhood. Wow, a little robot that fights like that's so bad. Yeah. That's true. That's true. The little like chicken fighting, but robots. Less illegal seeming fights. I don't know how creepy of a smile we go. Like it's nailing the creepy vibe. This is kind of the smile from the thing that you sent, Tuna, but it's like almost it's crazy. I mean, he is a mad scientist, but I just really want a robot that can fight for me. Also remember Real Steel. That was actually like a way better movie than it deserved to be. Not really, but that movie was also good. Mobile games were my dream come true. Heck yeah. I really liked Real Steel. I need to watch it again. Sorry, I just saw Tebow's stuff. Really felt like drawing Adam. I don't know. It feels like this is the current version. Yeah, I love it, but I think you gotta do the actual liner to see if it fits. All right, what do we think of the design as a whole? Do we like it? Do we dislike it? Do we think we need to do more, less? I heard my name. We're looking at your art. I kind of like the pupils, but maybe that's because of what I'm used to seeing, you know? Instantly got lost down the bar rabbit hole. I'm back. Were you on a website that had a 34 at the end potentially, or? All the radio chatter she did in the plane scene was accurate. I don't know what you're talking about. This is the crazy fan theory stuff. Sneak peek of why I thought about this. I'm liking the sneak peek. It's very sneaky. All right, no one's giving me their opinion, so I'm just gonna go forward. We're moving on. We're moving onward and upward and around and down and. Making sure the body is one thing, not parts. Why is your stuff so adorable though? Mm-hmm. Killing it, Beats. Thanks. As per usual, we'll probably get this done and then do the actual background part later. Y'all, I have a problem. I search for validation too much. It's not even validation is the problem. It's just I want people to agree with me. It's not actually, no, actually I don't even want people to agree with me. I want people's opinions regardless of the result. Like even if someone's like, nah, don't do that. I feel like I needed to have them say something in order to continue forward, even if I don't care what they have said. Does that make sense? It's like I need the validation of knowing that like I'm doing something. I don't know. It's weird. How honest? Yeah, I don't know. I got I don't know. I was kind of sad yesterday about it. Not gonna lie. What do you mean? I have your parking validation right here. I'm sorry, buddy. No, you're fine. Bubby? I kind of like Bubby. No, it's fine. In fact, it was good to be sad? Question mark. I was just kind of like in a mood and I was like, all right, I need to like just figure all this out. And then I thought it through. I had a ChatGPT therapy session. And I felt better afterward. Cheap therapy. I feel like I need to quit the internet. I feel like it's not good at anything or successful unless my work is recognized by the internet strangers. Yeah, it's not so much that, honestly. I care more about people's opinion that I know. Like, for instance, I was thinking, you know, I'm like, you know what? I should probably just post the videos I did for Blackthorn Prod on my channel. Like I was like, yeah, I should just probably post like the 1 hour game one and Stellar Shift on my channel. But like, I didn't want to do that without like asking y'all what you thought, even if I ended up doing it anyway. You know what I mean? And it's like, why? Why not just do it? You know what I mean? I don't know. I uninstalled TikTok, don't use Insta or Facebook anymore, and it feels awesome. Yeah, I hardly use most of that. I throw stuff up on Instagram, but I don't really look at it too much. Haven't used Facebook in forever. Never really used TikTok. Don't use Twitter. It's YouTube and Twitch for me. I'm recognizing you though, am I not enough? Shaking my head. And I will just share being vulnerable. So I know I was just sharing being vulnerable so I don't feel alone. You didn't feel alone. Tuna, you are enough. You're always enough. I'll clone myself to be more. There you go. I don't know. Yeah, it's not like I don't know. You don't have to be vulnerable with me if you don't want to either. I just felt like, I don't know. It was a day yesterday and I was like, you know what? Yeah, sorry, it was kind of random. I just like, yeah, this is how I was feeling yesterday. but it's something I'm working on, right? Like I'm trying to not have to have validation, but even not have like having people agree or disagree makes it so it's like I feel like I can't push forward. You know what I mean? I wouldn't mind a personal tuna clone. They don't do anything but yap though. I'm pretty big so they can carry groceries and furniture, but that's about it. The tuna, you're jacked. I can see that. I feel like it'd be weird to see all y'all in person. I know what toot looks like, but I feel like to me you're a bunch of letters and a profile picture. Holy 6768, crazy. I think you told me that before though. I'm measuring 4 years now. Damn, oh boy. No. Just realized my height is the meme. What? Oh, 6'7", okay. Well, nothing you can do about that. You're just a meme, I tell you what. How we doing on time? 13 minutes? I'm just your average white guy, nothing too special. TDIL? You mean TLDR? Wait, what? Tuna is huge. I don't know, I'm lost. When face reveal? I'll do my face reveal right now, ready? Today I learned. Learned? I messed up, okay. Today I learned. Learned. Okay, never mind. I thought it was the too long didn't read. That makes more sense. I just don't go on Reddit, you know? I feel like all acronyms come from Reddit. Maybe I'm wrong, but... I'm dying. Boundless Dallas love for burgers. I don't know what height I am in the king's feet. 175 centimeters. The problem is it goes in feet and inches, so you can't actually use the decimal. This is why the imperial measurement system sucks a whole entire butt. 5 foot, basically 9 inches. Little goblin. You're only 2 inches shorter than me. Although Toot thinks I'm taller and will die on that hill, so I don't even want to get into that. I said people in 5'7". It's like 5'8.9", which is like... Nailby is a tower as well. Dude, I'm pretty sure I'm not that tall. I'm not taller than you. If you're 6'1", I am also 6'1". I'm not fighting this one anymore. It just we can just call it a day on that one. Dude, I'm 6'1". I'll fight you. How tall are you? I'm curious. I could be 6'6" if I stop growing at 15, but the thing that scares me about it is that almost the devil's number, and I've been named after the son of the devil from a movie, The Omen. So at some point the signs align and I'm the Antichrist. Womp womp. Womp womp, the Antichrist. Y'all are tall, indeed. I'm imagine living a happy, fulfilling life just to realize you're the prophesized ender of the human race. It's like what's that show? With David Tennant. Not Doctor Who, the other one. Good Omens, yes. I've made an upside down isosceles trapezoid. Heck yeah. that's so good. The buff beats. Look at that. Look at buff beats. Got distracted by work. It's looking good. You like it? Here. Had to move the head down a bit because it was out of alignment. It's so cursed. Hell yeah, it's accurate for real now. Yeah. Yeah, Good Omens is good. Bunch of cat hair. Where does it come from? I mean, obviously we know it comes from the cat, but how does it get everywhere? Just floofs floating around, you know? She spreads it around before you wake up like landmines. Indeed. It's like spores that she plants around. Not sure how the spiky hair is gonna look. I think we need to kind of make it more erratic. And probably also like that. I don't know. I'm afraid we're looking Bart Simpson, not Bart. Yeah, Bart Simpson-esque. All right, creepy mouth. Oh wait, we also need to do the goggles. Probably won't do the sheen on them until coloring. Oh. We put the feet on the wrong layer. Buddy. Merge down. It's terrifying. Does Luna lick your beard, by the way? My cat licks my hair, and I don't get why he has to cover every square inch of it. No, she does not. It's cute, though. She was really weird. She was being really weird yesterday. We were playing with one of her like toys on a stick, you know what I mean? And she like stood on top of it and like did like the bunny footing like toe attack thing, but she was standing upright, so she's just like hitting it with her feet. And then she started like growling at it, and I'm like, you have never growled ever. Like, why are you getting mad at this toy? Why are you so mad, kitty? But she would come back to like play with it. So she was just like, I don't know. I was like, do you hurt yourself on it? I don't know. She was being crazy. She was upset. Upsetty spaghetti. I also can't tell if I'm supposed to be grossed out and stop him or find it incredibly endearing and try to avoid giggling due to how much it tickles. Yeah, I know that feeling. Part of the problem with the long coat is it does make the legs look very stubby. So part of me feels like I should make his legs longer. DDP, if you're still here, I'd love your final opinion on what you think of him and if you want anything changed. We're also hitting an ad, and then we'll color it in. Cats for hilarious. Sometimes I wish I could understand them better, but then it would be less funny. True. Are you upside down? Well, we'll let the ad play, then we'll ask DDP again if he maybe re-arrives, see what he thinks. And then I disagree about the legs, although now that you say it, he does look like he's about to flash someone. Yeah, I think he'll be fine. He'll probably be standing behind a desk anyway. So I don't even think it's going to be an issue. Then we'll just color him in and then call it a day, because it's almost time to be done anyway. So, all right, ad time, BRB.
Ever wanted to make a board game, but felt
Next
this
video.
is Armies Against Entropy.
Oh look, this cool video that tells you how to play the game.
You and a
Wow.
friend face the relentless onslaught of the old gods and their monstrous hordes. Choose your god, expand your domain, build mighty structures, and rally great heroes to defend this world you call home. Stand together, fight back, and strike down the old gods before they unmake all of existence. In this handcrafted game, every card, rule, and monster was created from scratch, and it continues to evolve, shaped by the hands of everyone who plays it. If that sounds fun to you, stick around, and I'll show you all the ways you can play the game and how to play it. If you need a specific part of the video, everything is timestamped, so you can just jump to exactly what you need. Getting into it, first you will need the game. Currently, there are 3 main ways to play it. Tabletop Simulator. This is a $20 Steam game where you can load the Armies Against Entropy mod and it's ready to play. Screentop.gg, another digital board game hosting service. It's a little less feature rich, but completely free to use, making it the most accessible option for players. All you need is an account. Print and play. If you prefer a physical version, there are several options available, including a printer-friendly version. You can find links to all these versions either on my website or my Discord server, which you can find in the description. The Discord is also a great way to send feedback, give ideas, and find someone to playtest the game with, as the game is still a work in progress. Both on my Discord and my website, you will find a fully illustrated rulebook. I'll be going over almost everything here that's covered in there, but if you prefer a written version to reference, well, it's there. Okay, now that you can actually play the game, let me tell you how to play it. First, let me explain the goal. Your goal is to work together with a friend to defeat the old god. To do this, you will place cards on your turn, divert units to grant your cards more power, and attack the enemy forces. Once you've cleared the way, you can strike down the old god. Though be careful, the old gods look to do the same. Using their automated deck, they can attack you with powerful cards, dismantling your forces. If they can destroy all your cards, they can attack your god, and you lose the game. To play Armies Against Entropy, you'll require a few components. At least 2 decks of player cards. Currently, the game is balanced around 2-player experience, but there are alternate game modes you can try out if you're feeling wild and crazy. Most of those are listed in the rulebook themselves at the end. You'll also need an Old God card deck, a minion deck, and unit tokens. In the digital versions, these are provided for you, but if you're playing a print and play, I would recommend poker chips. Dice and roll down counters also work, but I find poker chips much easier to use. Player cards are vital for players to battle the old god and achieve victory. Each card has unique functions such as deploying units, utilizing special effects, and even modifying game mechanics. There are different types of player cards, each serving a unique purpose for the game. Here are those card types along with the icons associated with them. Gods are the first card a player chooses, which helps them to define their playstyle they like to use during the game by granting them a powerful effect. Heroes are placed on
Man,
the front lines.
giant
and
bangos
typically
are so
going to be
good.
dealing and receiving the most damage. Most heroes have the ability to attack, allowing you to defeat the threats controlled by the old god. Lands are the player's main source of unit generation. Protecting your lands is crucial to having the power to defeat the old gods. Treasures have some of the most versatile functionality in the game. These cards can have a wide variety of effects.
Well, I'm glad you disagree about the legs because I don't want to fix them. I think it's turning out way better than I expect. God, I'm dying. God, dude, my throat is just still not together. Oh, God. Okay, another cough drop. What do you call cough drops where you're from, Tuna? I think they call them like, what is it, like a throat sweet in Britain or something? And that's not where you're from, but just Europe in general, it'd be funny to know what it's called. Anyway. I think it's turning out way better than I expected. I'm not even thinking colors anymore. He's going to look so good either way. The coat really makes the design. The big goggles enhance the much well. Also the hair and the smile are perfect with everything else. Okay, good. Glad you're liking it. I'm so bad at translation. Let me rewire my brain. No, you're good. Never mind. I kind of forgot that English also isn't your first language. Like, it's not like we call them heels. Nope, no idea. Keel snow peas, which is literally translated to throat candy. Bombi za Kasalja. I like you trying to pronounce Dutch words. Yeah, I imagine that's pretty funny. I imagine that's entertaining. I think I want more stitch marks. Probably saying like something horribly offensive. DDP, are you here? DDP, DDP, I think I got his attention. DDP, DDP, Can't believe you called my cow my mother. Okay, sorry that they're gonna say my mother a cow, but no, my cow my mother. You own a cow? I don't think DDP's here. All right, we're moving on then. We missed a line. Okay, I feel like we go sort of with maybe a similar color scheme. I do like the I'm trying to decide if I want to, like, I kind of don't want to give him a white shirt. You know what I mean? Is this me? Yeah, I was like, DDP, TDP. That was me trying to get your attention. And somehow Toot got it before me. I was just wondering what your thoughts were before I move on. If you like it, if you dislike it, if there's something that you want me to change. how your thoughts and feelings are on it. You can be mean if you want. Okay, you like it. Any thoughts on colors? I was tempted to do white, but I also feel like, I don't know, for some reason it's not, I don't know, maybe I'll just play around with them. I kind of want to do like a dark gray for his coat, but we had pigs and goats when I was little, but the cows were way before my time. Nah, I see. Back in my day, we had cows. I don't know. I feel like a darker green or brown would fit better with a fantasy setting. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, not like white feels too clean for fantasy, you know? I'm gonna try a gray. We're on the wrong thing. Mostly to kind of go along with the Iron Sentinel sort of colors. And then have like the buckles be like maybe leather, right? We're gonna give that a shot. We can always recolor it if we don't like it. I just feel like the Iron Sentinel is the only other sort of like steampunk thing we have. So going kind of along with that sort of theming kind of makes sense to me. Feel like free to completely ignore us, but I sent something in the stream chat. Too bad you're not getting ignored. Aw, it's so cute. Look at her. That's really cute. Also hair. That's so freaking cute. Is that Shibo? That's a great name for it. Should I keep the lines? That's kind of hard to say. I kind of like both, honestly. It's an attempt at Fig, yeah. I thought that might be because you said wait, where? Here's your sneak preview. I was like, that looks like Fig stuff. It's very cute. I love it. Wearing a gray coat is not helping him beat the flashing allegations. I feel like it's more tan coat. That's whatever. I was thinking you could give everything a greenish tint. I could see that. Maybe we'll take a look at it. Thought it was Eve. Oh, Adam and Eve. Yeah. I already had Eve just as a pink Adam, to be honest. So fair. Very cute. I love it. Very, very cute. I am a fan. Oh gosh, it's late. It is indeed. I mean, the stream's been going for an hour and 20 minutes, so
Not too unsurprising. Not beating the flashing allegations. I think the part that makes it look more like a mad scientist, like this could be a science jacket without the buckles, but with the buckles, it looks like it's combined with a straight jacket, which I feel like makes it look more mad. That makes sense? I feel like that's the vibe. Your stream, 4 hours and 20 minutes? Yeah. I may remember incorrectly, but did you say you want to try to stream like 3 hours max or so? Yeah. A lot of time on Wednesday, it's harder because usually by the time I'm like, if I would just end stream, I would just probably be done working, you know? I'm like, my head hurts. I'm ready to lay down and do nothing. So sometimes just working through it is just like, well, now at least I'm doing something productive right now. Endling colored stains, yeah. The Nova stream is in 3 hours. That too. You like that better? Like it feels more fantasy. So much beats content today, indeed. I kind of like the brown a little bit better, but maybe not. I don't know. This feels more medical, you know, like a gray. Whereas the darker feels more just like fantasy apparel. You know what I mean? We could also go with like a dark black, you know? Well, it's not black, but you know, dark gray. Problem is partly comparatively to the background. Let's actually make the background like a neutral gray. Like this is going to look a lot more brown against that. Dark makes them look cool. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that. I mean, this is the colors we used for like the dark portions of that. So that kind of works. Lean toward the brown. Okay. They're like selling meth to kids in a dark alley. No. I like the quote that slightly fits, I guess. The time you enjoy wasting is not wasted time, but this isn't wasted time anyway because it's for the game, so it doesn't fit. Yeah. It's not helping me grow. Is like the biggest issue, right? Like, how many new people have we had come in today, right? Is the question, you know, and the answer is 1. And then I unfortunately instantly discouraged him and then he left. I'm like, we don't really do that, but here's my best advice. And then I think by then he was gone. So the problem isn't so much, isn't productivity, it's growth, because growth is the kind of important part, you know, for what we need to do. Yeah, I agree, Tuna. For some reason, the brown coat is giving me Game of Thrones Littlefinger vibes, even though it's not at all.
I had to look it up. I'm like, does it actually feel like that, or am I crazy? I guess it's just the broad shouldered shirt that's brown. If only I knew more about growth. Have you tried flirting? Not as much as you, for certain. Good point. Have you? Toot flirts a lot. We'll stick with brown for a minute. Just think, Joe is just a quiet guy who feels anxious typing stuff. He might very well be here. He's not. He's not, though. Now I get to see everyone who's here who's not actually saying anything. I know you're here, lurker. You specifically squints my eyes. You know who you are. Hey Beats, it was fun lurking and trying while I'm going to bed. Well, it was great having you here, Yui. Hopefully you got some good stuff done. At like 2 a.m., right? Well, sleep well. Indeed. God, I thought it was Friday for a second. Oh, no. I was like, well, at least it's the weekend. I'm like, it's really not. It's really not, though. Oh. Sorry. Wasn't our music. Can you see usernames of viewers? That's so scary. I can see them if they allow it. You can turn it off if you want. But I can see who's in chat, yes. Well, a lurker can remain hidden if they turn off the permissions to see your name. But by default, I believe it is on. Yeah, right. I'm gonna pack up my stuff for tomorrow, laptop, and go to bed as well. See ya. Been fun. Indeed, dude. You should get some sleep. And you as well. Yeah, I would stay up, but I want to go to the gym around 7 a.m. So it's sleep time. Dang. Wait, can you see me lurking? I think, hold on. Yeah, I can. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I saw you in there, right? I can. I feel like pale is the right move for a mad scientist because they never go outside, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Don't stay awake. Sleep is what's wrong. Indeed. Some pearly whites. Try yellowish teeth. My only worry with that is then it blends with the skin tone. But I could try it. I feel like I'd have to change the skin tone then if I do yellowish teeth. I kind of imagine it being like a metal faceplate that has these goggles connected to it, and then some sort of like cloth behind it. You know what I'm talking about? Like the goggles that kind of have like a piece of cloth to like keep it from hurting your face. Leather might be the wrong color for this, but we're getting pretty... We don't really have any accent colors, but I think it's okay. Sleep is for the weak, but I must surrender. I want to look at him and immediately feel how stinky he is. Ew, stinky. It's weird without the hair colored. I'm also kind of worried that like his beard and his hair have no line breaks. Maybe that's okay, but you know what I mean? Sorry, wrong thing. Let's see how it looks and see if I need to actually add like a... I don't know, do we leave it that crazy or do we actually like have like a separation line here where like that would be? You know what I'm saying? It's too far, but I gotta look at my own face. Yeah, because in theory, like this would go like this, you know? That's probably better. How do we feel about him making a minion explode on death? Like maybe he can put a bomb on minions and then disable adjacent minions. I do like the idea of that. I'm trying to think how we would do that mechanically though. I don't like the idea of like putting a bomb on them as in like an effect that persists, right? Because that is difficult to track without making separate bomb cards, and I'm not doing that because I'm against that. But like I could almost see it being like disable a minion, and then if that minion is then killed, it then destroys or disables additional minions. Like that's kind of cool, you know, like destroy a minion if that minion, or disable a minion, and if that or I guess just a passive effect, if a minion is disabled and destroyed, it then disables 2 adjacent minions, and then have an ability where it's like disable a minion. Because that could be kind of cool. Yeah, I was thinking having a draw a minion, have it permanently disabled, and then destroy it, the disabled adjacent ones. Yeah. That works better, probably. Yeah, it's probably more, you know, less of the drawing additional cards or drawing cards like that. But although being able to draw a minion is interesting, maybe the power is to draw a disabled minion. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with this. This needs to be like almost white, I think. It'll actually probably be whatever color, like maybe it'll actually be pink, like minion pink, but minion magenta, magenta, if you will. Because then you can have synergy too. Yeah, exactly. It's not like a single card that you can interact with other cards. The prophecies come true. Prophecy of every new card being my favorite is coming true again. I can. I love this guy too much. Okay, good. I do actually like the brown now, I think. I like the brown. How now, brown cow? Just didn't like how there's a whatever. Maybe it does need to be pointy. Yeah, it's better. Hands. I guess we'll make his hands like, I guess this sort of leather color as well, you know? Like he's wearing gloves. I did it wrong. I did it wrong. I did it wrong. So this hand. What about green lenses, by the way? I can see that. He's not beating the flashing allegations, and you're not beating the perfectionist allegations, indeed. How that? Is that better? I was thinking about green, like my whole brain was going like when I was imagining it, I was imagining like green tubes and then like green eyes and whatever. But if we're going with the whole like minion aesthetic, unless we like change the color of the minions, I almost feel like this sort of like color is gonna be better. You know? Yeah, it's also true. I think the lighting will determine it. Yeah, exactly. Something like this. Probably also like a no, I'm just playing around. Like they're glowing, kinda. I don't know. I didn't see that one coming. Magenta Laboratory is going to be unique. Indeed. That's my new band name. I can see it. It's going to be so sick. Yeah. We'll save them for now. File export. File save as. I will do that in half a second, my Tudian friend. Heroes. I have my fingers on the wrong keys. SCIENTIST. I was like EST? IST. Words are hard. Tudian friend, interesting. Are you not my Tudian friend? They just keep dying. Oh, endlings are like Kenny and yeah. It's more like, which is, this might not be a reference, you know, if you've never gotten into League of Legends, but it's more the helmet bro of whatever. Like in the background of all the splash arts, there's just like a guy with a helmet dying and they call him Helmet Bro. Whatever you want me to be, indeed. Push-ups, I guess. Play MOBAs a lot, but not a lot of League. Yeah, I haven't played it in a super long time, but it was a fun, funny thing that they did with those splash arts. I learned Rengar. I play League a ton, but it's so hard. Yeah, it's an interesting game for sure. Helmet Bro. Just curious if it. Yeah, there's not really he's basically in all the guy who's dying in all the splash arts, which is funny. Do they have a fake do they have an April Fool's Helmet Bro thing? Or is this? Oh no. Okay, it's a fake it's a fake one. That's funny. Anyway. I'd rather play Ada in honor of kings. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have time for League. It takes too much time investment to learn everything and be good at it and all that stuff. By the way, my inspiration for the Whale Hunter suggestion is from Ada, Horror of King. Honor, not horror. Yeah, the Kings. I'll send references in the chat. Okay, I wasn't sure if you're still planning on that one or not. But yeah. That was 11 years ago. Jesus Christ. Oof. Sorry, don't mind me. I was just looking at the video that I was clicking on there for League, and it was 11 years old, and I'm like, I'm good. It's too long ago. Okay, yeah, we'll do the actual art later. Maybe he'll be operating on a minion. Maybe he'll be looking at a vial. I don't know. We'll see. Operating on a minion is arguably cooler. I suppose we do need to give him tools, but we might be able to just cheat and give him can we cheat here? We already have a scalpel. It's just slightly sci-fi themed. Actually, we can just copy this. Actually, I guess we just... I don't know, we'll see. I don't think about that later. We've been doing this too long today. I think we're done. Okay, y'all. Give him an ice pick and a hammer. I mean, it'd make more sense for dissecting an endling. It's concerning that you're not giving this guy yellowish cheese. Makes me imagine myself kissing him, and that's concerning that I'm sharing these thoughts. Oh no. Oh, tuna. Today I learned about tuna. Oh. You know, tuna, you're allowed to your thoughts. You're allowed to share your thoughts even. You're allowed to like the mad scientist. It is interesting that I can't just raid people that are whatever. Tuna is huge and susceptible to kissing. I'll either suggest an Aztec-inspired hero or a captain hero with a big weapon. Indeed. Those are my current thoughts. Okay. Yeah. Not the whaler. Or is that the captain? Like a captain of a ship? Not a harpoon. Okay, well, we'll think about it for sure. I guess I still have 2 in the, or actually I guess I got 2.5 in the queue still. Let's find someone to raid. Like a guy chasing Moby Dick. Yeah, okay, gotcha. God, Chirpy's still going. That's crazy. Anyone got any suggestions for raids? I'm kind of looking, but there's some good options for people we know, but could also potentially find someone we don't know, you know? I don't watch flats until... Oh, isn't this someone you told me about last time? Or am I crazy? Or is this something Wait, what is flats? What is this? I remember you said something about it. So you might as well rate them. Okay. I don't know if I remember writing it down on a piece of paper. It's literally written here. And I'm like, I wrote this down, but I don't know what it means. I can't read it. It's that. He streams Overwatch / Marvel Rivals. Ah, okay. Why not? Oh God, big streamer. Big streamer. Yeah, why not? Part of me is like not adverse to rating a big streamer, but at the same time, it's like it's also followers only chat. I don't like that. Me and Toot were talking about that. It's like, what is the point of that? I feel like it just kind of limits your growth, but maybe not. I kind of want everyone to be able to chat if they want to. I mean, obviously people could just follow, but I'll look for another second. We may just do it anyway. It's a hero shooter community. They're toxic. True. Grr, followers only chat. Riskier than us sweet potatoes here. Yeah. I suppose that is fair. I don't know though. No, I actually disagree in a sense, because I feel like you can just ban people who suck if you just have mods, you know, and then you kind of curate your community rather than forcing people to do followers only. At least that's how I feel. Maybe I guess once you get to like 12,000 people, but I've seen communities that are very positive that have like 2,000 people, you know. I guess I'll ask why follower only. I mean, that is the reason. It's because it's a barrier to entry that like annoying children or whatever won't just pop in and go like, do you like whatever, you know. They have another reason, maybe. I'm just yapping now. I'm not even looking for anything. Let's see if there's any TCG people. This person has TCG in their category, but it doesn't seem like that's what they're working on. Okay. There's never any TCG people. Honestly, I think that's probably my other problem with like organic growth is that there's no one else doing, like there's only like 4 people doing what I'm doing, and we're never online at the same time. Can't raid each other, can't share communities. Yeah, dude. At least you've got some like photography people too, I feel like. Whereas like I feel like I literally have nothing. I guess I can raid like game dev people, so I guess that's a little different, but I guess you don't really always do photography stuff. You're more of like a like web design and stuff. Yeah, no, it is UX. Yeah, okay, yeah. You have drawing peeps too. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess that's kind of similar, right? Like I have drawing people, even though it's like not drawing, but no one's doing board game design. And I can raid like video game dev people, but yeah. Doesn't seem like you're working on TCGs when you're yapping either, to be fair. Yeah, that's true. True. Or when I'm sitting in the raid screen for 30 minutes. What in the huh? Sorry, the art category might be inappropriate again here. This person actually have, oh wait, where's their tags? I don't know. Never mind. Okay. I guess there only have 2. Okay, never mind. Do we want to look at some cute bunnies? I say we're yapping. I don't stand for this self-blaming dyslexia. Booba category, more like it. No, it's all right. We got to click on it for half a second. Holy, yep. No, that is, yep. That's what that is. I honestly couldn't tell because, never mind. No, why did they disappear? I'm so mad. There's some cute art and I was like, okay, let's raid that. And then they probably either we went up in views or they went down in views. I'm like, I can't click on that anymore because it disappeared. We're gonna raid this art of cute bunnies. I think they're doing something different now though. You can never win, you know? That's not in English. No, let's Beats, you need to commit. We're committing. Cute bunnies, go. Seems wholesome. Anyway, we're just gonna pick something. Just click raid and don't dwell, exactly. I don't know, seems like cute art. That's why I clicked it. You know me. I like cute art. So anyway, and they're a smaller channel. I like rating smaller people. I feel like it's just more fun. It's more personal. But yeah, see you guys later. I will see you if you're hanging out late. I will be watching, or I will be on Nova's stream at 8:30 EST. And then after that, I will see you Friday. And we'll probably just be doing more of the same. We got a lot to get through. So, all right. Anyway, bye y'all. Toodles.